Matt, congratulations, you are first. Let's see. Was this on X?
I think we could both agree that we need to get some adults back in the room. So if that means...
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, adults in the room to watch your ass.
Yeah.
Let me see. I can't find the original video.
Okay, so my favorite Christmas tradition of Kevin Spacey being a fucking weirdo and a creep and just absolutely insane. Looks like he's posted again, and I'm already kind of disappointed as soon as I see the thumbnail, because he's what, Tucker Carlson? This is your new strat here? Being frank with Tucker. Really? We're doing this? Because...
Oh, it's on his channel.
"2024 has not even begun yet, and it does seem like the presidential race is effectively frozen in place, if not over. We know who the candidates are. It's too late for another to get in. Some have already dropped out. But is it too late? Is there anyone in this country of 350 million people who could jump in at this late date and re-scramble the calculus of electoral politics? Well, there may be someone, and in fact, you already know him. You know his face. And the question is, will he get in this cycle? And that's my question for you.
Well, that's really a decision for the people, Tucker. It's not something that I really think about or want to do. And Merry Christmas to you, too. But I've always believed that nothing should be off the table in life or in art. I think we could both agree that we need to get some adults back in the room. So if that means taking on the chief executive role, well, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for this great nation.
Adults in the room. I love it. I could see it as a...
Is he like actually running for president? The fuck? He's also playing his character from that one show he did.
bumper sticker. Is that your campaign slogan?
Well, that's not a bad idea. Look, I think first our country needs to stop apologizing and stiffen up. I mean, look, we got so many people running around with so many different issues like gun control, important issue. But let's be honest. The truth is, more people are killed by online trolls every day.
That may be true, actually, but then they're protected by the First Amendment. They can say whatever they want. You believe in the First Amendment, I assume.
Of course I do. Look, people spewing ridiculous ideas is nothing new, and they should always have that right. But the problem is, somewhere along the way, we started listening. And we should remember the salient words of Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Do not believe anything of what you hear and only half of what you see." And he wasn't telling people to stop talking. He was telling us.
Sadly, even on most conservatives are still ruining everything.
Let me see, Dodo. Trump, may they rot in hell, Merry Christmas. Former President Trump, in an unusual Christmas message on Truth Social, called for various people he sees as looking to destroy the nation to rot in hell. Crooked Joe Biden, deranged Jack Smith. Trump frequently describes Smith, who is prosecuting Trump over his actions connected to the 2020 election and the January 6th attack on the Capitol, as deranged. Yeah, he clearly is not having a fun time. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
To stop listening. So let's stop blaming bots and college kids and start telling leaders what leadership really means.
I love it. But how do you do that?
Well, this country is mired in so much contradiction and confusion, we don't even know how we can help anyone anymore because we can't agree who needs help. I mean, what doesn't come with a...
Was he eating, like, blueberries or something? His lips look fucked up. It's like there's stuff on his lips.
trigger warning these days. I mean, Tucker, we are far too close to having a beanbag chair in the Oval Office. We coddle to everybody. Okay, you think you're a rabbit, that's fine. But let me tell you something. You sure as hell aren't going to see someone walking through my White House in bunny ears and a tail unless it's Easter.
Well, amen. But how do you think we got here in the first place?
Fear, fear, and then some more fear. That's been the consistent theme, fear. And that's why I'm going to keep saying we need to get some adults back in the room.
Sounds like you're running. If you did run, I assume it would be as an independent.
Well, I've always been independent my whole life, no matter what my party affiliation, even though at the moment I don't quite recognize my old party.
So at what point would you get in if you did?
Well, I think there's time. I've never been afraid to show up a little late for the dance.
But lots of people want to be president. What would you specifically bring that others aren't?
Well, I think I have a long and very solid relationship with the public, and that's a bond that has never been broken. I mean, I've almost felt like I can talk to them directly.
Well, I mean, you do talk to them. Every Christmas you give a statement. It is Christmas Eve. What is your statement specifically this year?
You know, Tucker, I think it's just good enough to sip some eggnog and decorate the tree and listen to White Christmas and embrace all the things that make this such a special day. The truth is, I love nothing better on this day than to do a line of blow, drink a whiskey and Coke, hit a reindeer with my car, and wish you all the naughtiest Christmas ever.
You know, you and I have something in common, actually.
Oh, yes, we both got canned by our network.
True, but they actually tried to kill you.
Yes, but here we are, Tucker, bigger than ever.
So looking back on all the drama, do you think that...
I don't think anybody has been talking about Kevin Spacey at all since his cancellation for the sexual assault and shit. So that's a little strange to say.
Legacy media played a role in what happened to you?
Look, I think they're trying to do their best to stay relevant. Look, platforms like X, I mean, you move information around so quick that everybody else is just playing catch up. Legacy media's diligence has turned out to be they just cut and paste what some trusted outlet does. I mean, look, this will be a good example. Watch how they report on this conversation. There'll be one or two headlines that get repeated over and over and over. I think actually if legacy media wants to survive, they're going to have to start slowing down.
That's smart. I agree with that. By the way, do you watch Netflix anymore?
Probably as much as you watch Fox.
Fair. So that doesn't mean that you're gone though from Netflix. I don't even know if you're aware of this, but every time a person pulls up the Netflix app.
My daddy, have you ever watched House of Cards?
I have not. I know this is the character from House of Cards. He's playing the character, but yeah, I've never actually seen the show. Thanks for that, Nathan Weston Tate.
You're there in some way. Have you seen this?
Yes, you know what that is? Boom, boom. So it is bizarre that they decided to publicly cut ties with me on allegations alone, allegations that have now been proven false, because I don't think there's any question. Netflix exists because of me. I put them on the map and they tried to put me in the ground.
Do you think within Netflix and the leadership suites that your influence is still felt?
Well, according to your research, my influence is felt every time every customer opens the app. I'd say that's pretty powerful.
Oh, that's true. When are you getting back to work, by the way?
Oh, I've been back at work from the moment we started talking, Tucker.
So does that mean this is like an episode or is it real?
Well, it's probably a little of both. I mean, Tucker, what's true, what's false? What's life, what's art? What's real, what's performance? I love it when these things intersect because then it gets interesting.
What role do you see yourself playing going forward?
I will play whatever role the public wants me to play. And what about you, Tucker? What role do you want to play? I mean, if I run, I'm going to need a vice president.
I'll sleep on it. But, I mean, people have already gotten out of the race. People have dropped out already. What do you think of those?
Well, you know, it's a little bit like jumping in the jacuzzi with a boner. You know it ain't going to last forever. So I wasn't surprised when Mike, a little too pensive, jumped out right away.
I wasn't either. But what about the candidates who are still in?
Well, I like Vivek, Drain the Ramaswamy.
Jesus, really? Oh, fuck, dude.
And Nikki Haley is tough. She's no doubt learned a thing or two by watching me. But I think in the end, we need someone in the White House.
Is Kevin Spacey, like, actually conservative, or is he just doing this because it's, like, just a grift out of pure desperation? It's like, wow, a former Hollywood actor talking about, like, fucking supporting Vivek Ramaswamy, and a gay Hollywood actor. Like, what the fuck?
Who's not afraid, like me, not afraid to push our country or a journalist in the right direction if it comes to that.
I sure appreciate your coming on. It was great to see you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tucker. I only showed up because I was told I would get to be on X. Not the drug, not the platform. I was curious as to what Tucker on X might be like.
I have never tried that.
Well, you wouldn't be the first guy to tell me you'd never tried that before.
That was very weird and awkward.
I come from a family of lawyers, so I'm feeling like
I'm not trying to entrap you.
I feel trapped, buddy.
I'm just telling you. Right? Are you coming over or not, sir?
No, I'm gonna call
All right, then you are
lawyers.
placed under arrest.
Wait. Nobody can help me with this? Is that the
Okay,
ambulance?
he's
They
calling
can help
your
you if
attorney
they-
right now. Your dad's calling your attorney. Okay, he's talking to the...
Badge number?
I'll give you all that. P229.
P229.
May 7th, 2023. While on water patrol on the Althea River, 2 officers of the FWC spotted a boat with several passengers creating a large wake in a posted idle speed zone. The operator appeared to be a white male with no shirt on and yellow swim shorts, and he was eating a sandwich. Once the officers had finally gotten the boat to stop, Officer McCormick noted a sleepy female in the bow of the boat, and he also noted that the boarding ladder was dragging behind the boat, so that's not good either.
Good afternoon. You're in neutral, right, Captain? Okay. Hey, I'm Officer McCormick of Florida Fish and Wildlife. The reason why I'm stopping you, sir, is you're in an idle speed zone, plowing. All that wake that's going by is coming from your boat. You look around here, sir, and you see all the other boats going slow?
There was a sign we missed.
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. We're from Temple Terrace. We usually go out of Ruskin.
Okay. Give me a second here, and then,
Yeah. How can I help?
no, you just have a seat for me.
3 of those ones.
Okay.
We do have all the life jackets.
All right. Sounds good. All right, Captain, since you got a whole bunch of folks on board and I was the person that I observed operating, I'm going to be dealing straight with you, okay? Can you go ahead? All right.
Timmy donated $2. Some guy called Grundy McRiley was roasting you in the comment section for having a small apartment / living room. It's not a small apartment. Who am I supposed to be looking for? I don't know. I can't see the guy's comment. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Timmy.
Appreciate it. Just put the sandwich down. That'll help. All right. So again, I'm Officer McCormick of Fish and Wildlife. You know why I stopped you, right?
I do now, yes.
Okay. All right. So if I could see the registration for the vessel and your ID, please.
Okay. I can do you my ID quickly. The registration for the vessel, I gotta find the orange box.
Okay.
The orange box, I believe I saw on the back seats.
Just have a seat for me, sir. That way it keeps it simple.
I don't quite
Thank you, sir.
remember where I saw that.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's sleeping.
Okay.
She's drunk.
Where are you guys coming from today?
Beer cans.
How was it out there? Busy?
A little choppy.
Was it busy though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually met the
grab that?
assistant captain.
If you can grab it for me. What's that?
I met the assistant captain.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you.
You guys have a beautiful boat.
Thank you. Yeah, we like it. All right, sir. So the next thing I need to see is a life jacket for each person and a throwable. And again, I'll have you do that for me.
The throwable's right there, sir. The blue cushion.
And
Rita, I'm gonna need you to stand up to get the.
What year were you born, sir? Just by
1996.
Do you have boating education?
Yes.
Could I
through
see that as well?
Freedom Boat Club.
Could I see your boater ID card?
It's through my phone. Yes.
they don't let them take out the boats unless
I know, but the law requires that you have it ready for presenting if we ask for it.
that makes sense.
This one's gonna be a little bit of a struggle for me.
That's okay. I'll give you a second to look for it.
I'm gonna call Freedom Boat Club.
Okay.
Because they're the ones who educated me.
You don't have it available on your phone?
No, I do, but they're the ones who emailed it to me.
Okay. But by calling them, what's that going to do for you?
Tell me where to look for it.
They know where it's at on your phone?
Is it through the state of Florida, or is it?
I'm not sure. There's many different businesses out there that offer the course. So I don't know which company's course you took. But I'll let you come back to that in a few minutes. If you can just grab me the other items I asked for right now.
What was that?
The life jacket.
Seriously though, why can these conservatives just take a literal hood ID off from making fun of people?
Well, it's because they're awful people, Dodo. That's why. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think. I wish, I'm a business owner. I have 3 or 4 emails.
Okay.
Babe.
Kimberly.
Not life jackets there.
Kimberly.
Oh, life jackets are under this one. So
Here, I got it.
you guys are towing us right now, right?
Yeah, we've got you. You don't have to worry about the boat drifting anywhere.
Move. Hey, you have to move.
What are you doing now, sir?
For work, or
No, I don't know what you're doing right there on your phone.
I'm looking up the emails I received from Freedom Boat.
Okay, but what did I just ask you for instead?
The life jackets as well as.
Yeah, and then I said you can not worry about that for right now. And
You told me this.
Here's a life jacket, sir.
yep, I appreciate that.
I was trying to help
Okay,
out.
1, 2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 8.
He's gonna have to see them all.
Yeah.
3, 4. I think we're at 5
Okay.
total on the boat,
1,
including
2,
me.
3,
Okay.
4, 5. An extra corner.
Do I have to stuff them back in there?
Yeah, you can put them back in for me. That's fine.
They were very
That way you're not
tight.
going to like trip over them.
The
Okay, if I
you
can.
were also wanting to see the throwable?
You
Yes,
got that right there.
Okay.
All right, yep.
All right, you can have a seat for me again there, sir.
That's
All right,
my-
so all right, can I see a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
Extinguisher?
Let's try
So
that
let's-
cushion back there.
Again, this is just the captain, right? Because I don't need to be keeping my eyes figuring out who's moving and stuff, right? I appreciate it.
I am gonna call
This is
Freedom
like-
on this one
this is
because
like
I'm not
testing
sure where
us.
the Friday.
I'm not testing you.
No. This is like a test. I like it.
There's no test. I'm just asking the captain.
He's
He is a firefighter.
Fire department
Yeah.
school.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
He just
it's
finished his
good
fire
for him
science
to-
degree.
Then you know how important a fire
Yes,
extinguisher
he
is.
does, and I live it.
Yeah.
I just took my final. Last final.
Okay,
of my
well
fire
let's
science.
try to find the fire
I got
extinguisher.
It's not in this
80%.
one. There's nothing in
Can
here.
you try that one?
Yeah, there's nothing in this one either. Maybe under Kim, but I doubt it. It's the
Let's try that one.
let me swing this back down.
Maybe by the.
Maybe in the where there's a battery compartment in the back.
We're not
Oh, Kim found
100%
it.
familiar with the boat yet.
No worries.
Would you like the board to see?
No,
it?
if you can just pop it out for me, Captain, so I can take a look at it.
Kim, I can do it because I'm the captain.
How's your day going?
Good. It's a hot one today, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Any fun stories yet?
Thank you, sir. Okay, here's that bag for you.
Spider. Careful.
I'm sorry?
Spider.
Spider?
Gotcha.
Do you want me to re-secure this right now?
You can do whatever you feel is appropriate for right now.
It's appropriate to re-secure.
Okay.
Gasparilla.
I really like your mustache. You're welcome.
I had a friend of mine who passed away with the WC a few years ago.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Can you look up my boater's license by any chance?
I'll take a look and see if we can find it in our system. I can definitely do that.
Well, I'm in there, so.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. Have you had anything to drink today?
No, sir.
Not a single drop of alcohol then?
No, sir.
Okay, because I see your eyes, right? I can get the smell of an alcoholic beverage coming from the vessel as well.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, all these
Me and
people have
Kimberly
that
are a
alcoholic
little.
beverage.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep,
Yeah, me and
I'm
Kim
the
have
captain
been a
today.
little.
Okay.
She brought her friends out. This is my brother being my second-hand man on the boat.
Yep.
We
All
brought
right.
them out to have a good time.
All right. So here's what I'd ask for you to do then. If you'd be willing to step over to my boat, we'll perform standard field sobriety tests to make sure that you're safe to operate. If you are, I'll have you on your way.
Yeah, never, ever, ever do a field sobriety test. Only ever agree to do a breathalyzer. They can get you with a DUI even if you haven't drunk anything just because you failed a sobriety test. Especially stupid to do it like on a boat where you're going to be like more dizzy, you could get like seasickness, something like that. So really stupid.
It's kind of a trick question.
No trick question. It's as simple as that. You have a choice.
I know.
Simple question, sir.
Water.
Can you guys tow us back to Freedom Boat Club?
We are definitely doing that right now. Look, you see that.
Yeah. We have a long ways to go. Jerry's dockside.
If you guys just
The
want to
second
bypass
bar over
that
there.
and give us a lift back to the Freedom Boat Club.
So I'm asking you again one last time. Are you willing to step over to perform field sobriety tests to make sure that you're safe to operate? If you don't, then I have to base an arrest decision on what I observed today so far.
Which is.
So simple, just a
Passing
simple
idle.
question.
I come from a family of lawyers, so I'm feeling like
I'm not trying to entrap you.
I feel trapped on this.
I'm asking you just a simple question, sir.
I promise you, I am totally capable of taking this boat right back
Okay.
to Jerry's dockside. But without a lawyer present, I feel somewhat subjugated to step onto your boat and surrender the rights.
You're not surrendering any rights.
But I am. Certainly.
No, sir. So when you operate a vessel in the state of Florida, there's a thing called implied consent. Am I correct, Officer Wilkins?
What's that?
Implied consent?
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not getting taken advantage of.
You're not getting taken advantage of, sir. I'm literally asking you,
Can you tell
if
me
you
what's
step
gonna
over,
happen once I step on your boat?
we'll perform standard field sobriety tasks. If I see no signs of impairment from or indicators suggest impairment, then I send you on your way.
And if I refuse it, then what happens?
And then I have to make a decision based on my observations up to this
But
point.
when it goes on paper,
What does that mean?
I don't understand what you mean when it goes on paper, sir.
Well, what if someone else were to take over and get us to the dock?
That doesn't fix the point at this point, because we are at where we're at right now. You were a person that was observed operating the
I'm
vessel.
just saying 'cause I come from a family of lawyers.
Okay, so this is the last time I'm
They
at.
always tell me to
Listen,
stop.
this is
They
the
say to ask for
Okay.
them.
Okay.
Like I should call them per their
right now.
recommendation.
Right now, I'm asking you. This is the last time. If you choose not to, then you will be placed under arrest for boating while normal faculty is impaired.
I don't have anything to hide.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange arrest. Guy's acting a little weird, but they don't actually have any evidence that he's impaired, and you don't have to do a field sobriety test if you don't want to. The only thing they can force you to do is do a breathalyzer. That's it. But he's not asking for a breathalyzer, he's asking for a field sobriety test.
This is your last time, so are you coming over or not?
What does the field sobriety test consist of?
I guess you have to do the sobriety test.
You don't have to. It's your choice.
But does it put me in a worse spot than
No, I mean,
you
he's gonna
just arrest
Listen,
me?
I have. Here, let me tell you this.
do it, otherwise
You
he's
said you're
gonna
going to arrest me if I don't.
I have to make an arrest decision based on the observations
Wait.
that I've seen.
An arrest
Which
decision,
is-
so
I got to call somebody.
I'm just telling you. Right? Are you coming over or not, sir?
No, I'm gonna call
All right, then
lawyer.
you are placed under arrest.
Wait.
Go ahead, put your phone down, grab your stop.
Sir.
Grab your life jacket out of here, put the life jacket on for me, and then you're coming over here.
You need to call my father.
Grab the life jacket out of the boat, put it on, put your life jacket on. You're coming
You
over.
don't have to put it on me. What are you doing?
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll put it on.
We had a
Your life jackets were right in here.
complication of vocabulary there between arresting and arresting.
Yeah, this guy's probably drunk. He seems confused.
Speaking of that,
let me see.
Chad Pergram has the latest from Washington. Chad.
Good afternoon, Brian. The discussions went on a brief holiday hiatus, but the talks resume on Wednesday. Democrats are increasingly worried about getting a deal. They believe they are vulnerable politically on the issue, especially before the election.
But make no mistake, the winter recess will be a busy and important few weeks for the U.S. Senate. Negotiations will continue around the clock, reaching an agreement on a critical national security supplemental.
That's the elusive part. Forging a package for the border could unlock aid to Ukraine and Israel. Money for those nations is the touchstone of President Biden's international security package. That means the issues are intertwined.
And we have reached a point where there will be no supplemental.
Big handsome
and
man.
there will
How are you
be no
doing?
changes to the border until President
How you doing,
Biden
little buddy?
steps up.
What's interesting is the evolution of Democrats on the border security push. Democrats are increasingly hoping there's a deal. They believe the border numbers are untenable.
If you look at the numbers, it's almost 270,000 encounters, and that's a lot. It's not xenophobic to have a conversation about border security.
But all of this could crash under the big deadline facing Congress in January.
The whole border security thing is a complete farce. There really isn't an issue with border security. Like, I know there's a lot of illegal immigrants and shit like that. Well, guess what? Illegal immigrants also offer cheap labor. Nobody really wants to solve the, border security issue because they know they're going to lose a lot of cheap labor, and then that's going to drive costs of, goods and services up. So nobody really wants to fix the border. The reason they're just talking about border security is because that's the best way to stonewall any kind of support for Ukraine or Israel. Let me see. Dodo Donator's, did you see this? Let me take a look. Oh my god. Willow Biden, the official White House ornament inspector. Well, that looks like a nice cat. Wow.
Can you believe all these incidents involved the same person?
I will take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Travre.
The Islamic regime in the last few decades.
من به این صحبت شما واقعا اعتراض دارم. ابدا این گونه نیست که دموکراتیک نباشه اینجا. از خیلی از کشورهایی که شما میشناسید دموکراتیک تره.
I know that you know that the scale of what's happened here is enormous. It is one of the biggest challenges to the Islamic Republic over the last few decades. Does it not make you think for a moment that, maybe some of your ideas could be outdated and that there are, a lot of young people in Iran who do want to see change?
خیلی راحت انتقاد رو میپذیریم و اگر بعضی از دیدگاه‌هامون قدیمی باشه تجدید نظر میکنیم. اما اگر راجع به حجاب میگید ما حجاب رو یک جور مسئولیت میدونیم. ما حجاب رو یک جور حفاظت در مقابل خشونت میدونیم.
Yes, it is conservatives who just hate immigration and want it banned entirely, that's all.
Pretty much. Even conservatives don't want illegal immigration to stop again. It's a source of cheap labor, so they really don't want it to stop. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, hijab is for safety. That's why women are literally getting killed for not wearing one, right?
خیلی از این حریم هایی که ما داریم برای حفاظت از زن هست و اگر بفهمیم روزی که بعضی از اینها ممکنه به زن صدمه بزنه قطعاً درش تجدید نظر میکنیم.
In response to these protests, there has been a brutal, widespread crackdown that's been pretty relentless. There's been tens of thousands of protesters arrested, according to the state figures. There's also been hundreds that have been beaten and tortured, hundreds more who have been killed. There's reports of sexual assault within the prisons themselves. Several protesters have been executed, several more are sitting on death row. Why? Why such a brutal crackdown?
من خیلی متاسفم که مسائل دروغی رو شما دارین مطرح میکنید. متاسفم که شما تحت تاثیر این رسانه ها قرار گرفتید. حتما ازتون دعوت میکنم بمونید تا با وقایع و حقیقت های ایران بیشتر آشنا بشید.
Okay, it seems like we're talking from polar opposite realities, I guess. You know, this is one of the hardest places I've...
Yeah, fuck Iran. What a shithole.
Ever worked as a journalist. You know, we are followed everywhere. The police stop us from talking to anyone. A lot of other people are terrified to speak with us, as they rightly should be. Why are you making it so difficult for journalists to report the truth?
و همین که شما الان تونستید با افراد صحبت کنید که حرف‌هایی زدن که مخالف حکومت بوده، دلیل بر این هست که جو امنیتی غالب نیست.
Just one day after our conversation with the Vice President was when we found our van suddenly surrounded by a team of Iran's security forces. A gun was held to our head and everything was taken from us. Later that night, while in detention, they told us they suspected we were working under false pretenses. The next day, we were instructed to leave the country. It was an abrupt end to our time in Iran, a stark reminder that freedom and truth are so far from reach here, and that the regime's power and vulnerability lies in their ability to silence voices, most disturbingly of their own people.
Fuck Iran. That's messed up. How do you not see that? Oh my god, dude, that looks brutal. What? How do you not see that? All these incidents involved the same person, really? Yeah, that is truly baffling.
Can we take a moment to appreciate how round this groundhog is? Merry Christmas.
Let me see. Oh my god.
Nicely for the winter. That's some
That is a very round boy.
bones after hibernation, because they just survive. Brad is actually a good thing.
Oh my god. He's so round. That's a good groundhog. Thanks for the donation, Elroy. Dodo donated $2. You should watch the whole Vice video of Iran. It was good. Maybe we shall do that.
Chad Perg.
Wait. Who sent me the Iran video? Oh yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ben donated $2. How has your mood / depression been lately? Pretty fucking bad, dude. Yeah, my depression has been unbearable. It's very hard to deal with. Just normal daily things feel like impossible to manage. So pretty bad. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
So we've just had a pretty abrupt ending to our time filming here in Iran.
Merry Christmas.
Your life is everything. You serve is all the purpose. You should enjoy your Christmas now and give somebody else a piece of that Christmas present.
It's a very nice message.
Josh.
Thanks for the donation, Merry Christmas.
Joshua Saunders, better known as King Cobra JFS, is a YouTuber in his 30s from Casper, Wyoming. In the past, Josh has been known to consume insane combinations of both food and drink, concocting some of the most virulent food products seen on YouTube. But his recent endeavors have taken all of this to the next level. Over the course of the last month, Josh has embarked on a journey of homemade winemaking. To be honest, I don't even know if you can call it wine, because some of the stuff that we're going to witness in this video is surely toxic. Cobra has thrown every rule of sanitization out of the window, and with every drink, he gambles his health. This all started near the beginning of September 20.
You can literally fucking kill yourself by doing this. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
2023. Josh had mentioned on stream once or twice that he desired to try his hand at winemaking, and when he finally posted,
My mother made this. It makes me feel so good.
Let me take a look.
Well, low tier God is actually, he's actually kind of genius.
I'ma go over that nigga's house late at night. I'ma have that nigga so horny, I'ma leave his fucking place, he might leave on a nightlight. I'ma bend over in front of him, spread cheeks.
Is it deep? Are you good? 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 Is it deep? Are you good?
God damn!
Is it deep? Are you good? I'm a furless gorilla.
Yes.
Is it deep?
Yes.
Cause if it's deep, then like what?
Come through.
If nothing's deep, then it is what it is.
Yes.
We're the same height. I weigh more than him, but we're the same height.
No, this nigga's not a kid. This nigga's a grown ass man. Probably was like 5 niggas in. Then this nigga popped up.
Yeah, he was upset at first, but when I got rowdy, that's when he got calm. Is it deep? Are you good? Is it deep? Are you good?
Yes, that is wonderful. Your mom did a good job. Thanks for that Nation Flex bicep milk.
Video of him making his first batch, it became very clear that this was not going to end well.
Homemade winemaking. I Googled it, and you can use just plain old instant yeast to make wine. You need like 3 ingredients, basically. You need some kind of juice, pure cane granulated sugar, and some instant yeast. And of course, a measuring cup. Carefully, I don't have a funnel, so we have to be somewhat diligent about it. And this isn't gonna work. I need to use my hands. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Dude. Yeah, sure.
Wiener's trying to get outside.
Give me BMO. It's a good little wiener. Wow, you're so pretty. Look at BMO, everybody. Look how pretty. Yeah. It's a little noodle.
She is so freaking cute.
Yeah, you're special.
My goodness. Always doing biscuits.
It's a good kitty. Hmm? Yeah, you're so good. So good and stinky. Hmm? The stinkiest kitty I've ever met. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can I let her down or no?
No, not yet.
Mwah.
When I go to the bathroom, she does the thing that Prismo does. She's like trying to whack at me.
Yeah. Oh, Bimo, we love you. Bimo's so sweet.
Alright, kill her down.
Okay, there you go, Bimo.
Yeah.
Oh, Patrick Bateman donated $2. Let me see.
Hey, boy, what do you say?
Hey, Hamilton, have a holly jolly Christmas.
Yes.
Check out Save the Duck, fully vegan Italian clothing and accessory brand.
Save the duck. Eh. I would never wear most of this. Kind of weird how they have the same model for everything too. Yeah, I'm not into most of this. It's good that they're a vegan-friendly brand. I wouldn't really wear most of this clothing. Wow, this is super gay. My God. Yeah, that is really gay. Thanks for that donation though, Zappo. Adderall danger to any tellers. Adderall is dangerous and causing Destiny to be manic. Let me see.
Actress Jennifer Jimenez joins us along with our friend psychiatrist Dr. Dominic Sportelli. And Jennifer, thank you for sharing all of that with us. How did you get from that point to where you are now?
When I left the psych ward, I needed to get back to my life, is what I thought. I was in treatment for over 3 months the second time I went in. And when I went back to LA, I needed to get my life back. And like literally all I did was contemplate suicide and using every single day. I had no game left in me. I didn't know how to do this thing called life. And I am so grateful to say I have a very loving sponsor who helped save my life. Yeah.
So how did you ultimately get clean then?
Well, that was my bottom, you know, in the psych ward and hanging myself. And when I came to, and I couldn't speak because of the fixation, it took me about 3 months to learn to form sentences again or walk. I was independent. I had no control of my bodily functions, and I shook profusely for 9 months. And I just remember being in the wheelchair in the psych ward, and I could hear people going to meetings and stuff on the first level. And I said in my head to God, I said, God, is it humanly possible for a girl like me to ever feel whatever they were feeling? Because they felt something I didn't understand at the time. And that was my day of surrender. And what that was joy and freedom. And recovery has not been easy. I'm so grateful for the program. And
Didn't know Adderall addiction could be so fucking crazy.
As somebody who is very slow to take drugs, what's the downside?
Heightened heart rate and blood pressure, putting yourself in a state of perpetual sympathetic drive if you're on it every single day, which, as much as you know about stress, putting your brain and heart in a state of perpetual stress, synthetically induced, is going to be problematic. Also, it kind of depends on which version of it you're using. Are you using an instant release or a sustained release? The half-life is going to differ for how long it stays in your system. And as a combo of 2 amphetamines, very, very potent in keeping you not in a state that can get to sleep and parasympathetic and calm and relaxed. So trying to be that guy who somehow like gets the benefits of it during the day and then perfectly shifts into your nighttime routine and then wakes up and is like totally refreshed and had the best quality sleep. Like how realistic is that? You know, it kind of depends, and that's where you would have to use it and assess and then get your feedback from your sleep.
I have no idea if Destiny is having issues with Adderall right now. He hasn't really talked about it as far as I know. I haven't really seen him acting manically either. He doesn't seem to be acting differently to me, so I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation though, Adderall Danger.
Pouring a little, taking your time to pour the sugar in there by hand. I guess it's just a labor of love.
Oh my god.
I'm making a sugary mess of my sink. I want to wash this down. I'm definitely going to add more sugar to this. Because I don't know, I lost a good third of it pouring it. I dig it. I'm also 80% British. Yeah, let's just dump a bunch of that in there. There we go. That should do it. Bloody hell. Shake it up. Shake it, but don't break it. Stick the wine in this dark closet where it can just age and do its thing.
Oh my god.
Even though homemade wine is supposed to set in a dark...
Hey VG, doing an antagonist muscle split RN, chest back / shoulders arms / legs. I started stagnating due to my tricep being constantly fatigued. Tried training it more to stimulate growth but nothing changed. Would you recommend dropping isolation work?
So, you're saying your triceps are constantly fatigued. If you're doing very high degree of frequency for pressing movements, you may not need to do much isolation work for your triceps. So if you're benching like 4 or 5 days a week, yeah, I could imagine doing any sort of direct tricep work being difficult for recovery. You may want to just bias it either towards the beginning or end of the week where you have like 1 or 2 rest days. Just leave BMO alone, okay? If you're only training chest like twice per week, you should be able to do direct tricep work without it like bleeding over to the next session. So if you're having sustained like fatigue in your triceps that lasts till the next session, like days later, then just to reduce the tricep volume, just do like 1 exercise. You don't have to do even 3 sets. You could just do 1 or 2 sets and then just start from there. But you probably want to do direct tricep work if you're only going to be pressing like twice per week. If you're doing it 4 or 5 days per week, again, it would make sense if you're having recovery issues and your triceps just aren't, you know, recovering from the next to the next session. But yeah. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Ping. How's this little kitty doing? How's this little kitty? Oh my god. Hey, BMO. You are such a noodle. BMO's a really sweet kitty.
Cool environment for 2 weeks, Josh could barely make it through 1. And after succumbing to temptation, Josh pops the cap and samples it, where of course, he proclaims it to be amazing, just like he does with all his other food and drink abominations.
So my homemade alcohol is done. It usually takes about like 2 weeks to ferment, according to an article that I was reading. When I go to open it, it doesn't really release carbonation like it did. So, YouTube, when I smell that, oh, dude, that smells like straight alcohol, dude. That smells like it's got some burn to it. Hold up, let's try some of my homemade hooch. Glass of this homemade hooch here. That definitely tastes like alcohol, I ain't gonna stunt. My first attempt at homemade hooch, not half bad, dude. You can't get botulism from doing this, so be careful.
Botulism is a rare but serious illness caused by a toxin that attacks the body's nerves and causes difficulty breathing, muscle paralysis, and even death. Symptoms of botulism may include difficulty swallowing, muscle weakness, double vision, drooping eyelids, blurry vision, slurred speech, difficulty breathing, and difficulty moving eyes. The horrifying thing about all this is that Josh suffers from all of these symptoms just merely because of his existence. He will have no way in hell knowing that he has botulism until it is too late. And with every batch that Cobra makes, the chances for botulism skyrocket, because each time he sees his mead as successful, he ups the ante with the next batch.
Oh my god.
The first one is simply juice, sugar, and yeast. A slight chance of botulism there, but nothing serious. Well, with the second batch, he decides to add honey, and that exponentially increases the chances of botulism. Now, of course, there are a number of other medical issues that Josh could run into consuming this stuff, but one thing it's surely not going to do to him is get him drunk, because Josh cannot help himself when it comes to pulling out his newest batch of mead and showing it off to the camera, often taking sips right off the bottle, introducing all the bacteria, fungi, microorganisms, everything that lives in Joshua's mouth into the mead, where it will then be left to set for a couple more days.
Look at that! It's the wine. You know what I did, YouTube? I unscrewed the lid, let the balloon deflate, and then I gave it a little one of these numbers. Last time I was making homemade wine, the bottle did this. It formed the head and everything. Because the Tampico has preservatives in it, I added extra sugar for the yeast and a whole bottle of freaking raw honey. So there you go. This is some good looking homemade mead, man. I hope it turns out.
I do on my chest day, 3 to 4 sets of flat bench, 3 to 4 sets of incline Smith or dumbbells. The next day I have 3 to 4 sets of shoulder press with dumbbells into 5 sets of lateral raises, and then I go to my tricep pushdowns, using a rope. I don't think I do much.
You should probably train chest and shoulders the same day. And you probably want to do triceps at least the same day you do chest. Because you're getting a tricep workout when you're doing bench press. And then you're doing another tricep workout the next day when you're doing overhead press. And then you're doing extra tricep volume with isolation work. So that's like two days in a row when you're doing tricep work. So if you're having trouble recovering to the next session, I would just do all your pressing on one day. So just do all your chest and shoulder work on the one day and do your isolation work on that same day and see how that goes. Because you are going to work your triceps quite a bit by doing just bench and especially overhead press. Overhead press is really hard on your triceps. That'd be my advice, but thanks for the donation, Peng. Yeah.
That smells kind of bready.
Josh really wants his viewers to see this as actual alcohol. He will drink it often on stream and play up his drunkenness for the camera. Because the reality is that Josh is doing a number of things that limit the alcohol content of his wine, heavily. He's using juice that has preservatives in it. Apparently this will affect the yeast. He's introducing 4...
Does this video prove the red pill is right about woman's nature?
Let me see.
Hey. Sorry, this might be a dumb question, but where are you right now?
I'm in the toilet taking a shit. I had Mexican food for breakfast.
Really?
Yes. It was that Mexican place.
What book are you reading then?
Book? No, I'm taking a shit. It stinks.
Are you sure?
Yes, I can smell it. I wish I was dead right now.
You know
Hello?
you shouldn't say those things so casually, considering that I'm at your place right now and you aren't reading The Great Gatsby.
Which book? I'm taking a shit.
Are you with her right now?
Who? Who?
Goodbye, Sam. Have a good life.
Who? What a dumb bitch.
Yes, that proves the red pill is right about women nature. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Poopness. Hello, Aaron P. How are you doing, sir? Merry Christmas. Oh my god.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal, and a Happy New Year. Just kidding, I love you. This is your Christmas donation. I want to suck you cock so bad my underwear are wet LLL. Would you buy this car?
Let me take a look.
Wait until you hear the sound of...
Oh, I would never buy a car like that. Even if I was, like, super mega rich, like, I doubt I'd ever get a car like that, just because they're so fucking expensive and hard to upkeep. Like, if I get a car, I like actually driving them, and I like reliable vehicles. These are just so fragile and so high maintenance. I don't think I'd ever get a car like that, even if I was a millionaire.
This. I have the key here to one of the first Koenigsegg Yescos. This car here from Sv3rige visiting the museum. From the key, you have auto skin, so a double press of the button, and it will actually open up. The door in this case drops the window, the door folds out and open. This is the attack specification with this massive boomerang wing. It also happens to have the perfect Yesco number plate fitted. But come and take a look at the inside, and we're going to get this started. So let me climb in. We've got the carbon tub, very wide sill.
Yeah, these are so expensive and so low production too. Like, if you fuck them up, like, that's it, you're done.
To step on over, then inside this, the key, actually magnetizes to the dashboard just here to hold itself in place. We've then got the button, wake it all up. Check out the new dashboard as you rotate the steering wheel. The screen actually rotates with you.
That's pretty sick.
How ridiculously cool is that whole process? And then, of course, foot on the brake, press the button, and take a listen to the start of this. What? Wait until...
That's a cool car, but I'd never get something like that. They're just too high maintenance, too unreliable, and they're just so expensive and crazy. Like, you can't really drive them anywhere. But thanks for the donation. Prismo loves me.
Foreign microbes into it by being absolutely unsanitary as a person can be, and sometimes he won't even use the proper kind of yeast. Make no mistakes, what Josh is drinking here is just rotten juice, but it would get so much worse when he started adding fresh fruit into it.
Strawberry banana.
Oh my god. Look at this. It's BMO. BMO's on my lap right now, and she's like having a nap. She's so damn cute. Oh my god.
Banana mead. Make some room for our sugar and our honey and our banana and our strawberries. Next we're gonna add one whole banana in there, a handful of strawberries. Then we're going to add some Jumex strawberry banana nectar from concentrate.
Hi Richard, Ever played this game? It was ahead of its time. Also new video on Healthiger Mag.
Let me take a look.
Iberian doesn't waste his time on guys like you. Your lies tell me you think I'm an idiot. I'm disappointed to see you think I'm stupid. I hate being disappointed.
You've taught him a lesson.
Fuck this shit!
I have not played Gothic. No. Yeah, not played that game.
Actually, I have a question. Actually, I am from Germany.
Unhealthy Gaslighter GG. Okay, that sounds interesting. We'll probably watch that next. Thanks for the donation, 123.
Now we're gonna let it ferment, watch it do its thing.
This bottle that
Oh my
Josh
God.
is using has already been used to make a previous batch of mead. But don't worry guys, he washed it out, and apparently he even cleaned the cap with bleach. None of that is going to save this banana from mold and rot. The yeast and the sugar aren't just going to magically keep these items from spoiling. And no matter how well you strained this stuff, there would still be tiny little rotten chunks of banana floating around in the juice. Too bad Cobra didn't have to worry about any of that, because he simply strains it with his hands once it's finished fermenting, making a colossal mess in the process.
And now we're gonna strain the mead fruit into a glass and through a strainer. And I'm spilling it all over the place. Okay, that didn't work out as smoothly as I thought it would. Oh, shit.
This person literally needs a fucking carer. He can't live on his own.
One little piece isn't gonna hurt. This is gonna be a bitch and a half to transfer, but it's a labor of love. I'm gonna put my hand over it while we pour it in here. It is what it is. But like I said, I'll be drinking this homemade mead in about a week or so, give or take. You know.
I have seen Josh handle a piece of raw pork with his rings on. Even if you go wash your hands, that's not quite coming off. This is just how unsanitary this man's fingers are, and he's using them to strain something that needs to be fermented, and he has already let little pieces of fruit fall down in there. The risk from this batch compared to the previous one is through the roof. And that's just how Cobra's been lately. He is willing to eat or drink anything that he thinks will either taste good or give him some kind of good feeling. Now, you may think this mead is disgusting, but I promise you that he has done something even grosser that we're about to cover. Cobra's been getting a lot of DoorDash deliveries lately, mostly ice, and then of course, Frisky's cat food. Josh also received a burger with only sauce on it, and for reasons that I will never understand, he thought that it would be owning the trolls to take the cat food, put it on the sauce burger, and eat it. I have seen Josh eat some gross stuff in my days here watching him, but without a doubt, this takes the cake. Viewer discretion is advised.
What if I put this Fancy Feast Creamy Delights chicken feast with some King Oscar sardines on this meatless Big Mac?
Oh.
The can and split it into like 2 sections here. Maybe it'll increase my chances of getting some pussy.
Dude.
Like I care. Ending sickos is more important than ending my dry spell.
Oh.
Fighting for female and male equality is more important than ending my damn dry spell. Ridiculous.
How is he not, like, instantly gagging? How did he eat that?
Watching that never gets easier. Cat food is not meant for human consumption, of course, and there is a whole new set of risks involved with consuming it like he did. As crazy as it may sound, the cat food burger, all the previous mead, everything that he's consumed beforehand pales in comparison to just how dangerous this patch of meat I'm about to show you is. If
Oh my
Cobra
God.
lets this next mead set for 2 weeks, I truly believe that it's going to land him in the hospital. Because it's not just the bacteria in this mead that could hurt Josh, it's also the sheer amount of sugar that he's added to it, making this, without a doubt, the most dangerous batch
Peanut butter? What is he doing?
that he has made to date.
Got 2 bananas.
Oh my God. This is just insane.
Local honey.
Why?
Peanut butter chocolate syrup.
Blubber donated tillers. Yeah, when I asked why those vegans at the vegan restaurant disliked your content, they said you were negative, toxic, and your community drives people away from veganism. Told them to watch your debates of how you defend veganism, and they refused to look. Yeah, well, they're fucking dipshits, dude. There's plenty of hater-ass fucking dipshits out there. Can't let it get to you. Thanks for the donation, though, Blubber. How are you doing, little kitty? This cat likes to just sit here. Be a little cat. She is so small compared to Prismo. Prismo is fucking gigantic. I didn't realize how big Prismo was until we got this cat. Prismo's like actually just fucking huge. I don't even know if he's a normal cat. He might like be part jaguar or something.
Wait, who the fuck is that? Did you get a new cat? Do you like birds? LLLLL.
Yes, we did get a new cat. Her name is
The
Bimo.
peregrine falcon is the fastest bird on the
I do
planet.
like birds.
And when it's in its downward hunting dive, it is in fact the fastest animal in the world, which soars to great heights and dives steeply down, reaching speeds of over 200 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's not nice that they kill other animals, though.
I think I've made a new friend today.
Oh my god, a goose.
What do you want to call yourself, dude?
Wow, it's a beautiful goose.
I think I've made a new friend today.
Oh my god.
What do you want to call yourself, dude?
That's a really nice goose.
Why is a mushroom always invited to parties? Because he's a fun guy. Get it? Why?
Yeah, she does the fucking weird reviews, and she has a OnlyFans, right? Yeah, she has an OnlyFans. All right, well, thanks for the donation, Trump. Appreciate it. Why is he doing this? Oh my god. Dude, that's just gonna rot in the fucking jar.
You want the bacon bits to do it because it's already cooked and cured, so it won't get all funkified and rotten.
Bacon bits. Dude, this is just
retarded. We'll add a little bit of Jif Creamy. Just a little splash of that.
Chocolate syrup, Reese's peanut butter cups, bananas, bacon bits, and almost a quarter of the volume is pure sugar. If Cobra drinks this, he is going to get violently ill. If by some miracle it doesn't make him sick with some sort of virus, the amount of sugar in this most definitely will. It is almost like a soup consistency, and I have seen him previously sit down and drink a whole jug of homemade mead in one setting. If he does that with this one, it's not going to go well for him. Cobra has continued to incorporate candy and fruits into his homemade wines, and it seems like he takes more risks with every batch. As strange as it might sound, there have been a few positive effects from the mead-making saga. Josh, who has been stating that he needs to cut back on his drinking for years now, finally is, just not in the way he expected. Because his mead is such poor quality, he's not getting drunk as much as he used to. Only because he has fooled himself into believing that this stuff will actually get him drunk. Though I believe the negatives to far outweigh the positives. All of this sugar and all of this bacteria cannot be good for his teeth, and I'm sure it's already caused him to have some bowel issues that he's dealt with off camera. Though King Cobra JFS might look like he's doing fine, I guarantee you, in one way, shape, or form, this winemaking has already caught up to him. And without a doubt, this saga will end with a hospital visit. And that's about all we have on King Cobra JFS today, guys. Little different of a...
That is crazy.
This one time I was tripping balls on acid. And then I left my friend's house, and I was walking back to where I was staying, and out of nowhere, I had to take a shit. Like, out of nowhere, it was just one of those things. And I'm like, oh, crap. So I'm sitting there waddling, thinking to myself, okay, get to the nearest bathroom. I ended up shitting my pants before making it to a bathroom, and it was all liquidy, so it ran down the side of my leg and everything. Gross. I got to loaf and jug, and I walk into the bathroom, tripping balls on acid. And normally when you shit your pants, you're like, oh my god, you know, it's horrible, but... me on acid, I'm just laughing my ass off about the whole thing as I'm wiping it off my legs, wiping my butt, taking a shit. And after I got done cleaning myself up in the bathroom and wiping my ass and taking a shit and all that, I didn't want to just leave Loaf and Jug without doing anything, so I bought a pack of cigarillos. As a courtesy, if you use a gas station bathroom, you should buy something, even if it's just something as small as a candy bar.
Oh my god.
Just, you know what I'm saying? So here's me in the bathroom taking a shit, wiping it off my legs, wiping it off the inside of my pants, then wiping my ass, and the whole time the bathroom is just going... You know, we've all shit our pants as adults. It sucks.
Why does he think it's normal to shit your pants?
It was all liquidy, thankfully enough, so it wasn't
my
that
God.
bad, but still, you know.
This guy, King Cobra JFS, he thinks it's normal to shit your pants as an adult. Oh my God. That's crazy.
And that when you're high on drugs, every person does this. They're like very self-conscious about it. Like, oh God, I hope nobody notices. And if anyone did notice, they didn't care because it's King Cobra JFS. I'm sort of a celebrity in this town.
Oh my God, dude. This guy is fucking horrible.
Walking like this.
As many of you know, there's a famous doctor on YouTube whose channel is centered around giving young men life
Oh, I fucking hate this guy, the black pill fucking loser.
advice. He has almost 2 million followers, goes by the name Healthy Gamer GG. I had watched one of his videos months ago. Only one. Ever since YouTube won't stop recommending me his videos. And I was like, since YouTube seems so adamant that I need to check this guy out in more detail, why not do it? Who am I to deny YouTube?
Today, we're going to talk about how the ultimate Chads are actually virgins. Hey y'all, I want to take a second.
Dodo, donate $2, let me see. Talk to a guy about gun laws, turned into him explaining how you don't need a driver's license to drive a car.
What do you say to people who think that there are too many mass shootings in the United States of America?
It's the fucking idiots that pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It's not the people that own the guns.
Right. What if the idiots that pull the trigger own the guns?
Hey, are you an idiot?
But should we make sure that the people who are idiots
Make sure of that. You gotta
have
take a
stricter
fucking
gun
IQ
laws?
test to drive a car.
Do you think?
You don't have to have an IQ test to have a gun, do you?
Well, you actually have to take a test to drive a car. You need to learn how to drive it safely to be able to drive it.
Did your mama teach you how to drive a car?
She did actually, yeah.
Actually, she did. And how good a driver are you?
I'm a great driver.
Yeah, you think? Yeah. I don't think so.
Why? what are you talking about?
Well, are you any good at shooting a gun?
What does one thing have to do with the other? I'm confused.
Because you took a test, and you think you're smart enough because you took a test.
Did you pass a driver's test to drive?
Fuck no. I'd learn to drive out in the fucking woods.
But you had to get a driver's license. You had to get a driver's license, right?
For what?
To drive a car.
Why do you need a driver's license to drive a car? Do you know how to drive a car?
You have to have one to drive a car, though.
That's
it's the
only
law.
a suggestion.
It's not a suggestion. You have to have a driver's license to
You have
drive a car.
Driver's license to vote?
You have to have a driver's license
No,
to drive a
do you have to have
car.
a driver's license to vote?
What is that?
You know, it's very easy to argue in favor of gun rights, but every time the liberal media tries to engage with these, like, gun rights activists, they always find the most fucking crazy, retarded people possible.
Question have to do with what we're talking about.
Because you say, I got to have a driver's license for something that, if I don't need one to vote, I don't need one to drive.
It's called a driver's license. What do you say to people?
Well, that was an interesting conversation. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Diamond donated $2. Oh my god, you got another cat. Please show me, please. Alright. Here is the cat. See the cat? That's the cat. It's a really good cat. She's really sweet. She's a little stinky, but that's okay. Love my little stinky kitty. It's a good stinky. It's a good little stinky. Is there any way you can hold Prismo and the new cat together, or do they not get along? They do get along. They just don't usually jump on my lap at the same time. If not, no worries. Can I just see the new cat? So how many animals does that make so far? Let's see. We have Chicken and Chungus, the rabbits. We have Mai, Faye, and Finn, the dogs. And then we have Prismo and Bimo, the cats. So that is 7 in our apartment. Thanks for that donation, though, Diamond.
to talk about HG coaching. And y'all may be wondering, oh my God, bruh, like, I don't want to talk about coaching. I just want to watch YouTube videos, because there's a part of your brain that recognizes that you need to do better in life, but you don't actually want to invest the time and energy.
Invest time and energy? You mean invest USD, right? Because that is what it asks for when I go to that link. It asks for USD, not energy. And you gotta love how they all use the same strategy. This is one of the things that they all have in common. Whether PUAs, whether self-proclaimed masculinity gurus like Hamza, or guys like Healthy Gamer, right? They all frame it exactly the same. Oh, sweetie, I only charge you 2,000 for your own benefit, for your own good. I only set this number so high so that you feel more invested in the program and jump in with both feet.
I don't agree that he's attuned at all.
Okay, how come?
I think he knows how to cause emotions. He does not know how to read them.
Like what would be, is there an example that you can think of?
If I say, tell me about your childhood trauma, and you tell me the worst thing that happened to you in your entire life, and then I tell you, well, you know that 9-year-old girl is still there, and you're trying to protect her, and you burst into tears, it will look like that I could read you, but actually I'm just asking you where your wound is and sticking a knife in it.
And when you're sitting across from a woman and you feel that hopelessness, catch it, look at it, and laugh in face.
And then when you cry, and if I'm okay with you crying, it appears that I'm okay with you crying because I'm very empathetic and making space for your feelings. Actually, I'm okay with you crying because I don't really care. I think he just knows.
Yeah, I think Dr. K is fucking... Don't know if I'd say scammer, but I think he's a kook. Dodo Donate Tillers, the person who made this video must be Sv3rige's cousin. He has the same laugh and ways of speaking. Also, when are you gaming? Little Nightmares.
Would you say the vast majority of people working desk jobs is a huge contributor to obesity in the United States? On top of that, when they commute they're sitting in traffic, and when they go home they sit in bed and watch TV all day. Hard to get exercise.
No. Exercise is, or sorry, lack of exercise is not a huge contributor to obesity. Diet is by far the biggest contributor. By far. Physical activity does play a role, but I wouldn't say it's the type of job that you have. If you're going to blame anything on lack of physical activity, it's going to be urban sprawl. So urban sprawl makes it so there aren't any walkable areas and you need to use a car or some form of transit. So it's not the job that you're doing necessarily, it's urban sprawl that's the problem, and it's just basic city planning that makes it so people get less physical activity. Thanks for the donation though, Mike. Appreciate it. So, I don't think the new Little Nightmares game is out, Dodo, so we can't really play that tonight since it hasn't been released. But, when it comes out, we'll play it. Okay? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Knows how to push people's buttons and get you to where he needs to get you by the end of the 2-hour session, which is you were just crying, you've had an endorphin rush, you feel relieved, and now you're doing some calming breathing exercises, and of course you're going to feel better at the end. And of course you're going to say you feel better because you're filming a commercial. And there's immense pressure on you from thousands of people to say, well, yeah, that was good.
So what is this person's problem? They feel unloved. Why do they feel unloved? Because of the way that people treat them. Makes sense, right? You're treated in a way that feels like it's disrespectful, so you result in feeling unloved. But the thing is, that's just your interpretation of it. Right? Like, that's just your interpretation. It's a feeling. It's not actually a reality.
Needless to...
That is one of the most retarded things I have ever fucking heard in my life. You feel lonely because people treat you bad, And then he's saying, well, it's just a feeling, it's not the reality. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
To say, I checked out the link. This glorious 100% legitimate Healthy Gamer Institute. Let's take a look at how much time and energy it costs. Cheaper.
$70 per session, 20 sessions. Jesus, so it's $1,400 for the career/creator. Groups of 3 to 6 people. One-on-one with a coach at your own pace on things like motivation, relationships, feeling of anxiety. So that's $1,000 for the 20 sessions. That's so fucking expensive, dude. It's not even necessarily bad prices if you're talking about speaking to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. But I don't know, it just says one-on-one coaching. Like, one-on-one coaching with who?
First one. Group of 6 people, 20 sessions. So it makes $600 a month per each. These are billed monthly, by the way. 20 sessions that happen in a month. He recommends that you stay for 3 months at least to get the results you want. So there's gonna be 1,800. Then one-on-one coaching, 1,000 a month. Then career and creator one that are 1,400 each. And you gotta love the items too. Basically, they are rewarding the same thing over and over again. It says burnout in the career one, but named it emotional exhaustion in the...
Oh my god, how much more stupid will humans get?
I'm sure people can get a lot dumber. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Creator one. Long-term change, like getting in shape, confidence, social skills. Bro, you can't teach social skills over a Discord call. What am I reading, bro? But wait, guys, wait. Check this out. The punchline. This self-proclaimed institute is a gift that keeps on giving. Pay attention here. Work with a coach. So Healthy Gamer isn't even the one interacting with his victims. Yo, HE puts Hamza to shame. Hamza, if you are watching this, take some notes, brother. You shouldn't even be in those calls. Let some underpaid oofy doofy handle that. You can frame it as, you will be attended by coaches graduated from very prestigious universities like Hamza University. You can frame it like that. Who are Healthy Gamer coaches and what do they do to help me? HG coaches are trained peer coaches that have similar personal experiences. All HG coaches hold a coaching certification from either the HG Institute or another reputable coaching institute. And I love how he put another there before reputable coaching institute. Dude, at this...
So this is a total scam. So basically, these people aren't psychologists or psychiatrists. They're just people who have gone through his coaching program. So basically, he just charges people to go through this therapy course, and then he gets a kickback from these people doing these therapy sessions when they're not really trained from like accredited school. That is kind of fucked. No. Don't go on my desk. No, cat. Go to your mom. Dodo donate $2. The guy speaking in the vid you're watching is a mix between Sv3rige and that French bodybuilder Natural Hypertrophy. Also, can we watch what Jeffrey has to say today? Let me see. Oh, God.
I got a question from a young man that I'm going to answer. And the title is, I can't relate to anyone my age. From Leo. Hey Hamza, my name is Leo and I met you on the UK meetup. So I did a meetup where we all like hiked up this mountain recently. You probably don't remember, I remember you bro, but we talked about the land laws in Scotland. Anyway, I've been having problems with being so young and being on self-improvements. It's not that bad because of this community I've met a bunch of other guys from Scotland and they are all just awesome. But I'm still the youngest there by 3 to 4 years and it's difficult at school because everyone kind of takes the piss out of me. No one attacks me or anything, but I'm iced out and I can't really relate to anyone there. My parents are also concerned for me because I have a 12 ingredient diet and I love my work. They think I should go out and play or be getting into trouble. Mind you, I still go out with my friends. I go camping and I do meetups with the Scotland gang while volunteering for the scouts locally. I love my life, but I'm just worried I'll stay this isolated and lonely forever. I'd just like to sign off by saying that I am eternally grateful for you, bro. Thank you, Leo. So we have a young man, I think Leo's 14. And yeah, you know when I met you, Leo, on the hike that we did, I'm not surprised that this is the problem that you're going through. Because when you're a young man and you're on self-improvement and you're delaying gratification and you've got a 12 ingredient.
I just noticed this guy is wearing 2 necklaces indoors. Like, what? Like, I think it's gay for dudes to wear jewelry to begin with, but like, he's not even out, and he's wearing 2 fucking necklaces indoors.
Ingredient diet because you've improved like what you eat that much. There's not that many people like you just in the world, never mind especially people your age. Obviously, I'm 26, I'm an older guy now, but when I was in school...
26, I'm old.
Or at least what I can imagine what school is like now. I can just imagine it's filled with absolute degenerates, people, like, you know, like just young kids, just mindless on their phones. So I always say this to the older guys who are watching. We actually had it so much easier. For the older guys here, you know, 23, 24, 25, we all started fapping at what, like age 11, 12, 13? Like the first time you saw full on like PIV porn was when you were like 13, 14, right? For these young kids, it's more like fucking 7. It's more like 8.
That is not normal, you idiot. I think the average is usually around early teens. There are more kids than before watching porn at like 7 or 8 years old, but that's still an extreme minority. The only reason it's more common is because of the internet. And obviously because more kids have, you know, a cellular phone or smartphone, that's just going to happen. But there aren't enough fucking kids that are 8 or 9 that produce enough hormones to even be interested in sex, to actually, like, be interested in watching porn.
I've spoke to 10-year-olds that have got porn addictions.
He is lying.
It's a lot harder.
Sorry, Hamza, please tell me, what are the relationship chains that this guy has where he's having intimate conversations with 10-year-olds about their fucking porn use? What type of relationships does he have where he's regularly talking with kids that are 8, 9, 10 years old who are watching fucking porn, and he's talking to them about porn? Like, he's just totally full of shit. This guy is either a sexual predator and he wants to have relationships with children, or he's just full of shit. No fucking adult his age has relationships with 8, 9, or 10-year-olds where they start having these intimate conversations about fucking porn use. If there were kids messaging me on Instagram talking about, like, fucking porn they're watching, I would be so fucking uncomfortable. I'd probably just tell them, talk to your parents about it and block them. I don't want to be having fucking conversations with 10-year-olds about the fucking porn they watch. This guy is just so full of shit.
For the young generation, and then when you add in that social pressure from school to act normal, to, you know, you still want to like seek status in some way, so I totally understand it. You feel lonely. You can't relate to anyone your age. What do you do about that? I think you're doing what you could do, if I'm honest with you. For this is the message to Leo.
I was looking vegan kids nutrition online and ran into Sv3rige critiquing her advice. You think it's ironic given he could have killed his own kid trying to kill his ex?
Hi, everyone.
As far as I understand, he may have actually been trying to kill his own son. Because the arsonist he hired to throw a Molotov cocktail into his girlfriend's or his ex-girlfriend's house, he threw it into the child's room. So he may have actually intended to kill his kid. I don't know if we're gonna watch this. Maya Bialik isn't even vegan. She's just a fake-ass vegan poser. But you've seen like one video like this of Sv3rige, you've seen them all. I'll leave this in the queue and then maybe we'll react to it later. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
But for anyone else who relates to this, I think if you've taken that step where you've stayed relentless on your self-improvement journey, and then you felt lonely, but you did something about it. You joined these groups, these communities online. Like we have Adonis Gang. It's for free online. You can just go and join. I used to charge for it, but it's for free. Like you can go join this men's community and meet other guys who are like you. I'll put it as the link in the description. If you're doing things like that, and then if you're messaging people that you see are kind of similar to you, and you're even meeting up in real life with them, and you're doing adventurous things like going camping, honestly, like I think that's about as much as you can do right now. The problem that this young man is trying to solve is that he wants more like just randomers his age to be able to relate to him. He wants more of an ability to be able to be friends with basically Jeffries. And that's just not gonna happen. When you get on to self-improvement and you really give it your all, you start to just not relate.
This is literally fucking retarded. This kid sends him a message saying he can't relate to kids his age and he's 14. And then he's like, well, it's because you watch my videos. It's just so idiotic. This kid might have fucking autism. He might have Asperger's. He may just be fucking, like, have, I don't know, some sort of fucking problem that makes it hard for him to relate to other people. Like, for all he knows, he might be, like, a psychopath or have sociopathy or have narcissism, which would certainly make it hard for you to relate to other people. How, like, why the fuck would he just assume, well, obviously, you know, you're 14 and you watch my content, so obviously you're not going to get along with other kids your age because you watch my YouTube channel. You met this kid fucking once. Like, he's just such a fucking joke.
To the common man. And people can say this is condescending, and, you know, like Dale Carnegie could tell us, like, oh, but you've always got something to learn from everyone. But the truth is, like, you just don't want to be around people who aren't actually nice and kind. Like, there can be someone who does a bunch of bad habits, but he's a really loving and kind person. Awesome. The problem is the people who do the normal bad habits, basically 90% of the world, they're not actually kind people. They're all AFK. Like when you speak to someone, like a normal person, they're literally fucking AFK whilst you speak to them. Their brain can't even focus and stay present with you. And through all the degenerate media that they've been watching and the devil-worshipping music.
Whoa, this guy has gone down the idiot rabbit hole. Really, really deep. Devil-worshipping music. Is he like Jordan Peterson now?
Whilst you speak to them, they're thinking negative thoughts about you. They're judging you so, like harshly. And they don't even mean to. In their authentic soul, these are not...
So this guy is telling a 14-year-old kid who has trouble relating to other kids his age that anybody who listens to different music than him or has a different type of lifestyle than him are bad people who are basically Satan worshippers, and they all have like some sort of ill intent towards you just because they have a different lifestyle than him.
Not evil people, but they have self-harmed so much to the point that now, like, at least this is my opinion, and you can take this or leave this. When I have respect for myself, I don't hang around with lower quality people. When you start to respect yourself, that's the moment that you cut off these old people. This does not mean that you should go and live some lonely life, because we know that that's bad. A part of self-improvement It's actually having a social life. It's improving your social skills. On self-improvement, you should have more friends than before. It's just that there's always this chasm, like this transition period for a young man who used to have like friends, basically like half bullies and half absolute simpletons in school. And then you realize you can't be friends with these simpleton bullies anymore. And then there's this block of time.
Why is everybody a bully just because they don't go to the gym?
Where you feel like you've got no friends and no one you can relate to in real life. The beautiful part is that if you cross that chasm, you get to the point in your self-improvement journey where you start to really attract the kind of guys who have been on self-improvement for years, and you start to make like beautiful friendships with them. The issue is, for the young man who's asked this question, and for you,
if the only friends you can have are people who go to the gym, there's something fucking wrong with you. Like, there just is. You can have friends that aren't fucking gym addicts.
If you're watching this and you relate to this, you'll struggle with this because it is painful to go through that period where you don't relate to anyone in real life. And so through your lack of confidence moments, when you get really lonely and you lose respect for yourself, what are you going to do? You're going to go and hang out with the fucking simpletons again, aren't you? You're going to go hang out with the Jeffreys, and you're going to start doing more bad habits. And you know what's going to happen, unfortunately? You were probably close to...
So, again, when he says Jeffrey, this is like a phrase for somebody who's like a drug-addicted loser. Hamza literally believes that just because you don't go to the gym, you're like a drug-addicted loser.
To meeting a guy who was actually on self-improvements. But when you stink of basically alcohol, when you like, you know, have been going out partying and being a degenerate, or you've been just like, basically like, I don't know, watching whatever the fuck normal people do, like watching movies all day and playing video games and watching porn and donating to like Twitch streamers or some bullshit. When you start acting like normal people, that high quality person that would have been a phenomenal lifelong friend for you wouldn't want to be friends with you. So here you are, the normal life, friends with people from high school. Then you hit self-improvement and you realize that these people are losers. And not only are they like just low quality, you know, losers, Jeffreys, but a lot of them are actually unnice. Like a lot of them are actually really like hurtful people. They constantly insult you. They constantly take the piss out of you, especially when you get onto self-improvement and you make them feel insecure.
This is clearly projection. So because he was bullied by kids in his high school, he thinks like everybody has this experience with their peers.
And so you cut them behind. Then you have this chasm of loneliness where you don't know anyone in real life who's anything like you. Then after that period, that's when you start to attract the people who are like you. Issue is these people won't actually be friends with you if you're still here. Like if you're trying to cross this chasm whilst bringing the Jeffrey friends with you. By all means, try and save one or two of the Jeffrey friends who you think has got potential and get him onto self-improvement with you. Try and get him into the gym. It almost never works. It literally, if I told you that it worked, I'm sure that you'd try and share my YouTube videos with them, and you'd try, you know, I'd get more views basically. Like if I told you, yeah, you're gonna go get them onto self-improvement. I'm telling you the fucking truth. It's too hard. It's too hard. I would, if I had to guess through my years of doing this like career, less than about 2.5% of guys who have wanted to get a friend onto self-improvement have been successful. Every day I'm asked by young men, like, how do I get my best friend onto self-improvement? I see him wasting his life, and I've tried and tried to give different pieces of advice, and it basically never works. I would benefit if I told you, yeah, share one of my videos to one of these guys and then it'll get them onto self-improvement. I'd get fucking paid from that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not gonna fucking work. Save your time. Don't even bother sharing my videos to some guy who's absolutely fine and content with his life, being a Jeffrey and being a loser. Because what will happen is he'll watch these kinds of
Roast Beef donated $2. Hey man, can't help but notice you're dropping subscribers. What's going on? Merry Christmas. What the fuck do you think? People are unsubscribing. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
videos and then think you're fucking weird, and then they'll start talking behind your back and ripping into you even more. Save yourself. You know how you're in a plane and it's about to crash and the oxygen mask come down? You have barely, don't even bullshit yourself, young man. You have barely put the oxygen mask around yourself. You're still at risk of like succumbing to the bad habits. You still fuck up sometimes, right? So you have barely put the oxygen mask on yourself and you're still trying to help other people. You need to completely focus on your own self-improvement journey, but hopefully you can meet other people who are like this. The problem is the other people who are on self-improvement don't want to be friends with you when you're still associating with absolute Jeffries. So do you see how there's this weird thing of like, you've got to go through that period of loneliness where then the good people actually start to see more value in you because you're now so different and detached from the Jeffries. Because if you're friends with just Jeffries, a good quality person is not going to want to be friends with you, even as much as you can believe that you've got this.
He's literally creating a cult. He's trying to indoctrinate kids into this belief that anybody who doesn't watch his YouTube videos, you basically shouldn't be friends with, and you should only be friends with people that are within our circle. It's really creepy.
Chameleon skill where you can pretend to be like the Jeffries, but then you can pretend to be like an Adonis and be next to guys on self-improvement. It doesn't work that way. So for the young man who's asked this question, my advice to him would be, stay on the path. You're already doing fantastic. Because I know, like, I don't know you that well, Leo. I only met you once. But, like, you have really impressed me. And you're only 14 years old. You go and camping with a group of friends. You told me that you go into the cities with them and you go and, like, you know, adventure and stuff. And I don't know, there's just stuff I remember about this young man who asked this question. Basically, I met him on a hike. Like, I organized a hike for this community. And we had, like, 120, 30, whatever it was. Like, 130 guys show up to this mountain. And I brought this Royal Marine with us to...
What is stupid shit? Hamza thinks a 14-year-old loner is hanging out with alcoholics and drug addicts. He's about to have a Jonestown where everyone will drink cyanide.
Hamza is completely detached from reality, and he'll say stupid shit like that, not realizing, like, yeah, he's talking to a 14-year-old. The idea that your average 14-year-old who has trouble relating to people is having these issues because everybody in his friend group or everybody his age is, like, addicted to alcohol or weed or something, like, it's just delusional. Thanks for the donation, though, Grand Dam.
The hike and, you know, like, get all these guys to be fit and everything. And I was speaking to young Leo here about Scotland, because this is where I've maybe moved to. Well, I'm here now.
Lionheart is saying your depression is from soy milk and that you're just a drama queen. Why is he still here? He's an ass.
Well, I guess he can go fuck himself. Thanks for that donation, hey so. Beemo. What are you doing? Stop going on my desk, you silly kitty. You are so cute. Oh my god, I love you. Why can't you bother Jasmine? Every time I'm fucking here streaming, Beemo bothers me. It's so weird. Trying to stream and you're bothering me. Mwah. Love you, Beemo. Such a good cat.
For a month, and Leo's from this country in Scotland. And so I was asking him loads of questions. That's why he mentioned in the post, like, oh yeah, we spoke about Scotland and stuff. And as I was speaking to this guy, I was thinking, like, this is like a really intelligent, educated young man. I knew already that he wasn't going to fit in with normal people his age. But I had already kind of thought of, like, the trajectory of his life. Where, Leo, I'm not going to lie to you, it is going to be painful. It is going to be lonely. For the next few years, most of your friendship and your social life is going to come through the digital world. It's going to come through, like, parasocial relationships, watching people on YouTube like me, and kind of, like, feeling like we're friends, which is really fucking sad. But that's still better than hanging out with crabs who are pulling you back and like taking the piss out of you and roasting you and basically trying to...
Again, this is so fucking creepy. He's telling a 14-year-old who has trouble making friends, oh, that's fine, you can just watch my YouTube videos. It's better than being friends with anybody you know anyway. Fucking creepy as shit.
Negatively reinforce you when you're trying to be healthier. So this is what I would say now to just a general young man who's on self-improvement and realizes he can't relate to anyone in school or work, whatever. You have to let go of the crabs. When you're trying to climb out of the bucket and they're pulling you back in and they're trying to reinforce you to stay back there and to, you know, they tell you just play one more game, just do this. You have to cut off the contact with them. You just got to do it. And the scary part about this is you have to traverse that chasm of loneliness where you're not good enough to be friends with people on self-improvement because they wouldn't want to be friends with you just yet. Even though you think you're really on self-improvement. You're very different from like the Jeffreys, fine. But like for the guys who are on self-improvement, who've been going to the gym consistently for years, they still don't really relate to you because you've only been like on and off consistent for a little while. So you need that. Like this is when a period of monk mode can do really well, especially when you're quite young as well, because it's like the people you can be friends with when you're 14 years old in school, if we're honest, they are really unintelligent people. There's not many intelligent 14-year-olds that are like worthy to be friends with. And so I know that like some dork might critique this video and say, oh, well,
the idiots you know in childhood are going to be the same idiots you know in adulthood. I don't know why he's saying everybody who's 14 is stupid, but like the same fucking people who are dumb when they're 14, they're gonna be dumb when they're fucking 30. Like, your intelligence isn't really gonna change. If you're just stupid, you're stupid. You're stuck being stupid. And a lot of the people who are like assholes when they're in their teens in high school, they're still gonna be assholes when they're fucking adults. In all likelihood.
actually, social life's really important. Hamza doesn't get it. Trust me, I get it. Social life is very important. I actually think it's more important than work and making money. My list of priorities are health, relationships, and then work. But that being said, if your pool of social life is going to be with simpletons from school, you're actually better off staying alone and just forcing yourself to not be lonely by basically just going to like online communities and developing almost like a parasocial relationship with the internet influencer that is preaching the kind of message. It doesn't have to be me. This is not me just saying like, yeah, watch my videos and pretend we're friends. We're clearly not going to be like real friends. But that period of monk mode can be really good when the alternative is just to be friends with people who are below your standards. It's kind of like dating a girl who you know isn't that high quality, but you date her just for the sake of like, yep, but she's someone I could date. It's like, that's not a good way to navigate human relationships. If someone is below your standard, your quality, then don't interact with them. Try and minimize all interactions.
Like, this is just creepy as fuck, dude. Nobody has to be straight-edged or go to the gym and shit to be your friend. Like, the idea that you can't be friends with somebody who drinks occasionally or smokes weed or doesn't really exercise, and you have this, like, weird arbitrary standard where you just judge people for not having the same lifestyle as you, that's fucked up. And he's encouraging a fucking 14-year-old to not make any friends and just watch his fucking YouTube content. Because, oh, well, all your friends, they, like, go to parties and drink, so you shouldn't be friends with them. Fucking creepy.
Where you find the people who are then at your standard, you'll find them, in my opinion, first in internet communities. This is the beauty of internet communities, like, servers, basically Discord servers and my free one, which is linked in the description, quick plug. The beauty of those is that these days you can actually find people who are very similar to you. I won't lie to you, you might not find anyone who's like in your city or in your town, but you might find quite a lot of guys who are in your country and certainly in your continent, like in your country, because we'll have like quite a lot of people in my server. So you'll find people who are actually in your country, and maybe there might be one guy who's like in your city that you could possibly go and meet up. And the beautiful part about joining what's called a topic or interest-based community is that you relate to everyone in there. Because imagine this, right? Imagine there was a Discord server for your country. That was it, just like just a Discord server, not about a topic like self-improvement or fitness, but just for your country, right? Imagine if everyone in your country had known about this Discord server. If you joined, it'd be the exact same problem of like most of these people are just kind of losers and Jeffries, right? But when you join a topic/interest-based server, community, online platform, what happens is everyone there is doing the similar things to you. They're all like, basically, let's say it's a self-improvement community. Everyone in there is meditating. Like inside of Adonis Gang, my platform, everyone meditates. Everyone watches my videos. Everyone journals. Everyone goes to the gym. Everyone develops character. Everyone's reading good books. Awesome. Issue is then it's online. So that's two problems. One, you're basically speaking to people who are different continents from you. And also two, it's online. It's kind of like social media. That's also like been proven to be unhealthy for you. I still think that's the better alternative to being completely lonely. I think go and partake in like a good internet community that's based on your interest, and then specifically put in the effort to reach out to the people, be really social, and try and organize an in real life meetup. This is an action step for you, Leo, and also for anyone who's watching this. Join my community for free and go and host your own meetup in there. Say like you're gonna do it.
Okay, this is...
Sing this as Jordan Peterson. Skip to 30 seconds. Please sing the entire song.
Okay, I'll do that for you in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Jordan B. Peterson. He's telling a 14-year-old, to make friends online and then meet up with a stranger he doesn't actually know. It's a little dangerous, like for somebody so young, to encourage them to talk to strangers on the internet and then just schedule meetups with them. A little dangerous to be encouraging that. Like maybe when you're older, like closer to adulthood, that's fine. But yeah, when you're 14, not a great idea. This is just so whack.
In this city, plan it yourself. Don't just be a dick who's like, oh.
Let me see. BMO, what are you doing? Get out of my desk, BMO. BMO. BMO, come here. BMO. 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 BMO, come here. Oh my god. This is so annoying how she goes behind my desk. BMO, come here. Get over here, kitty. Oh. Yeah, I don't want you going over there, okay? You farted. This cat farted. Oh. Go play with your dog.
What are your thoughts on the ASPCA? My employer matches charitable donations yearly and was thinking about ASPCA. Not sure if they are sus though. Thanks.
I don't really have any opinions, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. So yeah, I don't really have any opinion. Thanks for the donation though, Benny, IPA.
Hamza will end up getting caught by Chris Hansen.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. Yeah, like, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. He's talking to fucking 10-year-olds about porn. Jeez, it's creepy.
Merry Christmas, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, if it wasn't for my vegan brother making such a delicious vegan Christmas dinner with tofurkey, mashed potatoes, etc., we would have celebrated it how Jewish people do, by going to an Asian place lol.
Yeah, I've had some Jewish friends, and they tell me they just go to an Asian restaurant. But that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Boo donated $2.
Chuando Tan is a Singaporean man who has become a sensation on social media for his youthful appearance despite being in his 50s. Many are curious.
He looks young because he's Asian. Like, he obviously takes good care of himself, but he looks young because he's Asian. When you look up close, you can tell, like, yeah, he's older. But yeah, he's in great shape and he eats well and shit, but he's Asian, so doesn't count. All these people who like give fucking anti-aging advice, but they're Asian, it's like, you know, it's like trying to get diet advice from somebody who's just naturally skinny and they just eat whatever the fuck they want and they just stay skinny. Like, okay, well, you just have a facial structure that is just going to not show wrinkles very well, and like the way your eyes and everything is shaped, you're just gonna have a more youthful appearance. What are you doing? No. I don't want you on my desk, okay, BMO? Don't want you on my desk. You're a sweet kitty, though. I love you. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low.
Merry Christmas, VG. Hope you had a good day. Here is one of my favorite Christmas songs you can sing along to.
Okay, we'll sing that next. Thanks for the donation, Sky Gardener. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low. I'm in love with the cocoa. Hit my plug, that's my cholo. Cause he got it for the low. If you snitchin', I go loco. Hit you with that Trenta Ocho. Niggas thinking that I'm solo. 50 deep, they're like, oh no. Heard the feds taking photos. I know nothing, fuck the po-po. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Whip it through the glass, nigga. I'm blowing money fast, nigga. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low. I'm in love with the cocoa. 36, that's a kilo. I need a brick, miss my free throw. I'm in love just like Neo. Bustin' shots, Howie Neo. Free my homies, fuck the CO. Fuck the judge, fuck my PO. All this coke, I'm like Nino. Water whip like I'm Nemo. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Whip it through the glass, nigga. I'm blowing money fast, nigga. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa. I got it for the low. I'm in love with the cocoa. All right, there you are. Nicholas donated $2, just tuned in. You got a new cat. What's the story? So we got a cat, another cat. Her name is Bimo. And we figured Prismo would want a kitty friend, so we were looking at cats at different animal rescues, and then we found Bimo. We heard she's like a really, really nice, sweet, cuddly kitty, so we thought that would be nice for Prismo. And we also wanted a kitten. She's only 5 months because we just wanted a cat that would be easier to introduce to other animals like dogs and rabbits. So, yeah, that's how we got Bimo. She's a really good kitty. Look at her. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, though, Nicholas. Appreciate it. I'm Hank Steele, a real queer cowboy. The gerbil lovin', where, when, and how, boy. I'll grab your butt cheeks and pull out my willy, stir your asshole like a hot bowl of chili. I'm Hank Steele, the real queer cowboy. What's my hot dog without your buns? Out there on the range, we're having fun. My boyfriend's here and I'm singing him a ballad, and I bend his ass over and toss his fucking salad. I'm Hank Steele, the real fucking cowboy. The gerbil lovin', where, when, and how, boy. What's my hot dog without your buns? Out here on the range, we're having fun. My boyfriend's here and I'm singing him a ballad, and I bend his ass over and toss his fucking salad. I'm Hank Steele, the real queer cowboy. It takes a real man to fuck another man. My mating call is understand. All right. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks again, Sky Gardener.
Guys, let's just do a meetup, guys, with no planning from you. You're the leader, you're the initiator now. You tell people, okay, this is the gym that we're gonna go to. Here's the address. I've looked on the website. The gym pass, the day pass is €7, and we can buy it there and then in the gym. We're all gonna meet up at 7 a.m. or 9 a.m., whatever the fuck, and like, we're gonna meet there, and then we'll get lunch afterwards at this restaurant. Meet us there at 7 a.m. on this day. If you set that, and you just go, and one other guy turns up, and that guy is literally from your city, from your town, and has the same interest as you, you might have just met a lifelong friend because you took this extra, like, uncomfortable step of being the initiator. Too many guys, in my opinion, won't take this step, and they'll just keep complaining and be like, oh, there's no one who relates to me. There's many people who actually are like you. Let's be honest, we're not actually that unique. I thought I was unique, you know, a few years ago. I really thought, like, because the teachers in school told me, they lied to me and said, oh, we're all unique, we're all special. All I did was just press record on a camera and talk about, like, my life experience, thinking it was going to be relatable to my younger self and, you know, a few people. Turns out, like, our life experiences aren't that unique because 2 million people relate to me. You've seen the amount of subscribers I got up to. So if I'm not unique, you're not unique. So the interest that you have, there's people like that, but you've just got to go and find them. You've got to go and join these Discord servers, online communities. And then this is the important part. You can't just be what's called a lurker. A lurker is someone who joins these pages, these servers, communities, you know, these online platforms, but then just kind of reads posts and doesn't do anything. If you do that, I promise you, your mental health is actually going to get worse. It's been proven. You know how that we have that concrete belief that social media is bad for your mental health? That's like a normal belief, right? You know, the real studies, you know what they actually showed? It's not that just using social media is bad for your mental health. There's a way to use social media which improves your mental health, and there's a way that it drastically decreases it.
There is no study going over how social media improves mental health.
You just lurk, when you just scroll, your mental health decreases significantly on all social media, all platforms,
That is not true. I think the main reason social media is linked with poor mental health is, like, especially in children, is because of like what you're exposed to. When you're a kid who doesn't really make much of his own money, and then you're exposed to like really rich sort of lifestyles where, you know, you'll see prank channels and they have like mega fucking mansions and shit. Apparently seeing stuff like that when you're a child especially is bad for your mental health, because you're like seeing what you're missing out on, and it just gives you the sense of like disappointment or failure, or you could have it better, and then you just end up feeling less fulfilled. That's a big reason why social media is seen as like mentally unhealthy for younger people. On top of that, it also promotes like body image issues. You're seeing a lot of like, you know, content online where there's like girls that look perfect, guys who like Photoshop their photos to make it look like their muscles are bigger. So then you have unrealistic body image expectations. There's shit like that. But if you're just scrolling on social media, like, I mean, you can look at my fucking Instagram feed. It's basically nothing but fucking animals. So here's my Instagram feed. Panda. That's Monica Grande. That's just somebody I'm following. Animals. Raccoons being silly. That's amazing. That's James. I'm following him. More animals. Oh my god, splishy splash. More animals. Lane Norton, I follow him. Also follow Training Tall. So some of these are just from, like, some of these I follow, but a lot of the posts I find are just random animals. Like, I don't see how you're going to become mentally unhealthy from just scrolling through this shit and seeing silly videos of fucking animals all day. You don't become mentally unhealthy from social media just by scrolling.
Is fasting helpful for any benefit? I've fasted about 3 days before, got some fat loss and didn't seem to lose any muscle or strength. Is this the only benefit?
The only benefit to prolonged fasting is reduction of blood pressure. So if you have hypertension, fasting will very rapidly get rid of your hypertension. That's the only benefit, though. If you do not eat for prolonged periods of time, you are mostly going to lose muscle. And not much of your weight loss is going to be fat. It's mostly going to be muscle. And again, there's research backing this. Fat loss is actually not that substantive. If you eat nothing, you're mostly going to take away from muscle tissue. Thanks for the donation, though, question. Appreciate it. Hope that answers your question. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Now, I'm sure all of you have heard the classic 4x12 for muscle hypertrophy, where you do 4 sets of an exercise for 12 reps each. However, the problem here is that the number 12 is just a random number, right? It's an arbitrary target that is predetermined by you before even starting your set. And if you're actually training close to failure, you just won't know before a set exactly how many reps you're able to perform. Sure, you'll have a general idea going into it, but if you just aim for a specific number like 12, who's to say you didn't just stop your set after hitting 12 reps when you could have done a lot more? Not only does this make it extremely
Well, if you program properly, and especially if you go off percentages, you're going to have a pretty good idea of how close you are to failure. And you're also going to know what weight to use to get close to failure.
difficult to progressively overload since you're pretty much just doing the same thing every time, but
what? I don't know how doing 4 sets of 12 means you can't progressively overload by either adding more weight or adding more reps.
But you also have absolutely no idea how many effective reps you performed since you don't know how close to failure you actually were.
You will have a very good idea how close to failure you are.
That's why, instead of aiming for a rep target, you always want to aim for a rep range, like 5 to 7, 7 to 9, 10 to 12, and so on. That way, instead of going into your set with the idea of hitting a specific number of reps, you instead go into your set with the idea of reaching a...
Yeah, I don't agree with that. So, it kind of makes it hard to have a planned progression scheme if you're only going to target a given rep range. So, if you're going to have a progression scheme, let's say, where you want to add 1 rep to each set, but you're targeting a rep range of 5 to 7, well, if you're only able to get 5 reps a set, using that sort of progression scheme is extremely fucking difficult. Because the actual percentages you're going to be using for sets of 5, that's going to be in the 80% range. And adding an extra repetition in a set of 5 with 80% intensity is pretty fucking difficult. Like, you're just not going to be able to do that for very long. Whereas if you're going to target like a set of 7, or 7 to 8, like that's a lot fucking easier. That's like closer to a 70-75% range at the high end. So you don't need to necessarily target a rep range. And I don't know how this isn't just a self-correcting problem, because you're going to add reps or add weight anyway, if you're following an actual program. Max Ucita says some weird shit sometimes. Maybe we can look through some of his recent content. All Hail Pigs donated $2, religion of peace. Let me see.
Palestine forever. Palestine forever.
You're gonna give yourself
so
a
many
hernia.
times I told you, so many times, don't go higher than me because I put my finger in your eyes. I don't give a No, don't tell me that.
When they're beaten
I wish you put it in his video. I don't care. I will put it in the video. I'm going to...
Oh, thanks for the membership, Chimo. Appreciate it.
Scared for me. No, you and all the Jews. And America as well.
Okay, anyone want to have a grind-up?
Religion of peace.
What was that, sorry? Why?
You little waste man as well. You think I don't know what you see on the net? Hide them behind the camera. Wallahi al-Azim, I know who you are. I promise you, if the police wasn't here, I would end you. Wallahi, I'd end you. Wallahi, I'd end you. Both of you. You have no mercy in your hearts. You're the people
I'd tell this kid to follow me around the fucking corner.
of Jahannam. You're laughing right now. You're hiding behind police. Come on the corner and I'll bore your head in.
I know you, because you're violent. You're violent. We're not with the peace.
Let me tell you something. Since I was a little boy, it's always been free guns.
You're still a little boy.
There's nothing happening to Israel except the
Gaza could have been like Singapore. In 2005, Israel disengaged, and what happened? Hamas took over and turned it into a war zone. And tragically, thousands of Israelis and Palestinians have been killed because of these dogs of Jahannam.
You're a dog of Jahannam. You're a dog of Jahannam.
They are not Israeli.
Dude, these pro-Palestinian people are just fucking scumbags.
Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why? Lama, explaining. Why? Because of the hate? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand it. We want to live, definitely just want to live like a normal person. And it's killing me that somebody so patient to me not being here and not be alive or not.
Yeah, it's really fucked.
Hopefully this is some good ammo to pro-Palestinians that say civilians are being indiscriminately bombed.
Let me take a look, Grey Knight. I'll react to this in just a minute.
What do you want to do? Do what you want to do. 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 Muhammad the pedophile. Muhammad.
Stop. Come on, stop. Stop it!
Dude, I would love to just go Hulk smash on these fucking people, dude. I'd love to see them try to slap me.
Did you see the new Kung Fu Panda trailer? I remember seeing the first one in a theater near a farmer's market when I was about 5. Boy, does time fly.
I did not see the new Kung Fu Panda trailer.
On your journey. I'm not going to be the dragon warrior anymore. You will advance to spiritual leader of the Valley of Peace. Inner peace. Inner peace.
Keep your surf off my turf!
Dinner, please. Dinner with peas in a sesame soy glaze.
This is not working at all.
Tai Lung, big fan. Once I possess the kung fu of every master villain, no one will dare question my power.
How do I find this, the chameleon?
I'm gonna lead you right to her front door.
It was against an army!
What is it you're holding? A cookie? You're
different, you and I.
Skadoosh. Stand back. I'm gonna kick my butt.
Looks like it might be good. Kung Fu Panda movies aren't really too bad.
If I'm broke, what do I do? Get money. I've never been broke because I would never allow my...
Huh?
You see the photo I sent you on Facebook?
No. Wow. My God.
Look at the toe beans.
Yes. So, I love it when Brandon Carter says, "Don't allow yourself to be broke. I was never broke." Brandon Carter was a fucking drug dealer. He was smuggling cocaine from Miami to New York.
myself to be broke, but I've struggled. And when I struggled, I would get more jobs.
What's the most jobs you've ever had at one time?
4 jobs at a time.
How much did those 4 jobs make you when you were working them?
Altogether, I was making over $100,000 a year doing like menial labor jobs. I would work basically 2 jobs a day, double shifts every day, and I had 4 different jobs. Everybody would.
So it's literally like whenever I hear stupid shit like this, oh, I had 4 jobs. Well, what? It's only possible to really work maybe 12 to 14 hours a day, at most. So let's say you just do nothing but work and then you go home and sleep. That's the most you can possibly fucking do, 12 to 14 hour shifts a day. Beyond that, it's like impossible. You're not going to get enough sleep. How in the fuck are you going to have 4 full-time fucking jobs? You can't. So that would have to mean he's having jobs where he's working like, you know, a 3-4 hour shift, and then he's going to the next job, working a 3-4 hour shift, going to the next job, maybe working a 3-4 hour shift. Like, you can't have normal work. This is like just part-time work.
Was struggling.
So he's not working more, really, than somebody who has like a demanding full-time job.
Made 6 figures because I worked so hard, like a G.
If I'm broke, what do I do?
Get money. I've never.
Yeah, and he's a fucking liar. He was smuggling fucking cocaine from Miami to New York. Oh, I was hustling. I was working 4 jobs. You were fucking smuggling cocaine. That's one job. He's so full of shit.
Today, alone, I have had several Palestinian protesters pull their manipulative tactics on me. They lie. When confronted with the truth about what their book says, they lie.
Yeah. Muslims always do that. You can show them passages in the Quran that demand you kill non-believers, kill apostates, gay people. It's okay to rape women. It's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds, shit like that. They'll just all lie about it. And they'll say, oh, the Quran doesn't actually say that. Show me the passage. And then when you show them the passage, fuck you, infidel. I'll fucking kill you. Religion of peace. Like, they always fucking do that. They're the most toxic, lying, manipulative fucking shits on the planet. As bad as Christians are, Muslims are so much fucking worse when it comes to the, like, gaslighting, dishonest horse shit they do. Thanks for the donation, though. Thee, then, thou.
Today's lie, Israel indiscriminately kills Palestinian civilians. I'm going to demonstrate using data how that claim is a flat-out lie. And remember, their claim is that deaths are overwhelmingly women and children, not combatants. Now, in order to be classified as indiscriminate, in other words, that the killings weren't targeted, then the death rate per 100,000 would be uniform across all demographics. Men, women, children, uniform across the board. So the spectrum is this: disproportionately more civilians, then indiscriminate, meaning uniform, and lastly, mostly combatants, which is where Israel claims it is. This data is as of December 6th and accounts for the deaths in the first 3 weeks of the war. And in that period of time, the reported number of Palestinian deaths was 6,746. Again, you constantly hear the argument that this is overwhelmingly women and children, but facts matter, and here they are. Death rates amongst men in this war is 88 per 100,000 greater than women. And amongst ages, the combatants ages 20 to 39 were 171 per 100,000 greater. So it's not close to uniform, and it's nowhere near the realm of overwhelmingly women and children.
Well, yeah, I've seen Dr. Avi make this argument on Twitter. If you actually break down the deaths, it's disproportionately men who are getting killed, and known combatants are also disproportionately getting killed. So if it was indiscriminate, you'd see basically a uniform effect across the board, where about equal amount of women, children, men are getting killed, but you don't see that.
Let's go back to another example where this lie started and it garnered a lot of attention on the world stage. And that was during the 2014 Operation Protective Edge conflict. There were 513 reported deaths through the first 3 weeks of that conflict. And the reality is that according to the data in 2014, the deaths of men were higher by 31 deaths per 100,000 over females. And amongst those men, those aged 20 to 39, again considered combatant age, were 76 per 100,000 more than women. Again, not close to uniform and nowhere in the realm of overwhelmingly women and children. So now that this lie has been unquestionably debunked, ask yourself about the comparison of civilians to soldiers in Israel from the October 7th attempted genocide against the Jewish people. With the 1,200 murdered on October 7th, the civilian deaths represented nearly 8 per 100,000 more than the soldiers. So who again is indiscriminately killing civilians?
Yeah. Yeah, if you actually look at death rate, it's disproportionately men that are combatant age, and it's hard to tell who is and isn't a Hamas member. That's hard to gather, but if you at least look at who are most likely going to be combatants, men in the ages of like early 20s to early 30s disproportionately are getting killed, so it's obviously not indiscriminate. Let's see.
Discord servers, communities, everything, when you just scroll. But when you actively use the platform, so for example, if you actively go onto Instagram and send someone a DM, that will actually improve your mental health. If you join one of these like interest-based self-improvement communities and you just read through the post,
sending people messages on Instagram is not going to improve your mental health.
as much as I'd want you to join and just, read, it would lower your mental health and it wouldn't really do that much for you. If you joined and then you liked people's posts and then you commented, then you posted your own things, then you posted a picture of yourself in the gym, your mental health actually increases from that, especially then if you message
No, there's no research suggesting this.
People and you tell them, let's hop on a call, let's meet up in real life. So actively using Discord servers, communities, and then trying to schedule a meetup yourself, not waiting for the cool, confident guy to do it. You become that confident guy who's hosting the meetup. And do it consistently. What's stopping you from doing it every 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, every month? Imagine if every month of your life you did some kind of meetup from these online communities that you joined. Just imagine that. Imagine if every month of the next year, for 12 times over the next year, you organize a meetup from some random community. Do you really think at the end of next year you'd have no friends in real life? Bullshit.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the big donation, Sam. I really appreciate that. I have a kitty here.
She's so adorable.
Yeah, she's really cute.
Love her yellow arms.
We love you. She is somewhat orange. Not quite as orange as Meowie, but she is somewhat orange. Are you gonna go soon?
Yeah, I couldn't put my shoes on yet because they're super muddy.
Who is this cat? This is Bimo. She is our new family member. She's a really cute kitty. Okay, I love you. Okay. There you go. My God, she's grabbing. Oh no, your mom is gone. She'll be back, don't worry. It's okay.
Of course you would. So then there's just work to do.
She is so cute that I can't even. You should see the way she looks in your arms right now. With her little semi-orange leg. Orange is just as magnificent as Maui.
Well, thank you. She does have some beautiful orange on her. But thanks for the donation, Leethan, though. She is a really sweet, cute kitty. She is the cuddliest cat I've ever met. I thought Prisma was cuddly, but she is super insanely cuddly. She also likes to jump on my face and bite my toes when I'm sleeping. But that's fine. She's cute.
Get to it.
Well, that was a stupid video, but we all expected that.
Models and celebrities, and his work has been featured in numerous publications. Well-being. We can all it's important to consult
everyone. I'm gonna watch the latest video of Mayim Biliak, something like that.
I'm vegan, and my kids are too.
Mayim Bialik is not vegan. She eats non-vegan shit all the time. She made a post on Instagram where she went to a Jewish bakery and she bought, you know, a normal cookie that contained eggs and milk. And she said it's okay because it's a Jewish bakery. So apparently as long as you buy from a Jewish bakery, even though they make goods with animal products in it, it's okay because Jews made it. She's an idiot.
Why? Because I forced them to be. I mean,
Yep.
That's what we get to do as parents, right? We get to make them Democrats or Republicans or lovers of SpongeBob or haters of SpongeBob.
If you let them watch cartoons, then they can still decide if they like it or not. That has nothing to do with force. If you want them to be Democrats, even if you manipulate their thoughts, then they can still decide. If you don't let them eat meat, then that is 100% force, and it's also child abuse because they can't get over 50 nutrients from plants.
Yeah, they can get all the nutrients they need. Oh, this is 4 years old. I was wondering why the fuck he's not wearing his wig anymore. But yeah, this is 4 years old.
All kids want to eat meat. Gojiman Sunbird made a great video, which I will link in the description. You can see kids eating meat and vegetables. What do they like?
I mean, my kids love They Might Be Giants and Marxist philosophy, so I kind of feel like my work is done here, you know? People ask more questions about what it's like to raise vegan children than what it's like to actually be vegan, so I thought we would answer some.
Whatever.
At this point, all these institutes and academies feel like parody, taking the piss.
She has the weirdest meow. Bimo, you okay? Yeah, her voice isn't developed yet, and she has like the weirdest sounding meow. Yeah, it sounds like a weird squeak. Bimo. Bimo. It's okay. She's attempting to meow, but she's just squeaking.
Coaching certificate from Healthy Gamer Institute. And the dude, the coach, is gonna be some underpaid student, probably younger than you, with much lesser life experience than you, and you are gonna pay $1,500 for a pep talk from a 19-year-old student. Hamza, I hope you are watching this, bro. You gotta learn from this guy. You shouldn't even be in those calls yourself, where you charge each victim $700 a month, right? $1,400 every month these guys pay. Group matching. Every group is unique, shaped by each member's life experiences. Our matching feature ensures group synergy by recommending a coach who specializes in your shared goals and challenges. Jessica Bell, agency over life. In the gray relationship.
Bimo, it's okay. She's gonna be back. Just keep hearing this squeaking.
I can't think of a better way to spend $600 a month than to be in a Discord call where I will get lectured by Cindy Gray about my relationship challenges. Nothing is separated easier than an oofy doofy and his money. Nothing. Hamza is actually better than this guy. Like, HU makes Hamza look good. At least with Hamza, he's there with you in the call, giving the pep talk to his victims himself personally. Hamza, you just got outdone by another Indian. What you gonna do about it, boy? You shouldn't even be there, bro. Let some coaches who graduated from reputable universities like Hamza University, for example, give the lectures to your victims.
So for some of us, if you're having a lot of sex, that means that you are a superior human being to other human beings. But on the flip side, that's usually men, right? So we'll sort of say, oh, like this guy is like, so he's so alpha and he's having sex with so many people. He is a better human being than I am.
No. Doesn't say anything about your humanity or anything about being smarter or being a good human. But it says that you have an advantage from a biological standpoint when it comes to passing on your genes, right? That is not something subjective, bro. That is not open to interpretation. What is open to interpretation is, maybe you can say you value intelligence or being a good human, but women clearly and evidently do not. That is the problem.
What? Women don't value intelligence? That's the most insane thing I've ever fucking heard. You can actually look at dating success and education. The more well-educated you are, the better your dating success is. That's fucking insane.
And I kind of noticed something weird. So when I was growing up, like, I didn't get any female attention. In college, I tried to get some female attention, and it went horribly.
Like, by the way, one of the fucking reasons why, well, it's theorized anyway, why you see so many, like, stone arrowheads and shit, when, based on testing, it seems that you can get away with hunting and killing animals by using, like, arrows that are just made of wood and you just sharpen the point. Like, the reason why you see so many of these stone tools is likely because the use of these stone tools and, you know, being a good craftsman was a sexually selected for. Women preferred men who were good craftsmen, who were able to make tools and were more intelligent. It seems that intelligence is being sexually selected for in the human species. Because you can see a lot of these tools, there's not really any reason for them to be as intricate as they are. It seems like the only real explanation is sexual selection. So the idea that fucking intelligence isn't something that women value, that's just fucking crazy.
Getting some flashbacks from his college life. He is likely holding some grudges. Oh, that alpha is better than HG. Even if they didn't say it to his face in college, that is how he felt like. He's not dumb. He could tell the vibe in the air. That is why he was depressed during college and why he went to India to become a Hindu monk. So he still probably have that bitterness inside him, despite all his financial success that came from channeling his frustration into something more financially productive. He completed the transmutation successfully, but he still has that bitterness. So in his mind, maybe you agree, in his mind, he is the superior one to all the attractive dudes who hooked up with chicks he had a crush on in college. Just because he's making more money now, he likes to believe that he's the superior one.
Some kind of like biological, like imperative kind of argument here, right? So a lot of these people are quite pseudoscientific, and they'll sort of say, well, like the purpose of human beings is to procreate. And so, like, you know, procreation is why the reason that sex is so important is because it's biology. It's not us. It's not a human construction. This is what the biology wants us to all have sex. And so if we sort of think about it for a second, right? A virgin who goes to a sperm bank once a week is much more biologically successful than someone who is getting laid all the time and pressuring all of their partners to be on birth control or get abortions.
This just shows you he isn't even capable of understanding the issue. I mean, it is tragic that I have to...
Yeah, that's a really stupid thing to say. Especially considering the only way to actually be able to donate sperm to a sperm bank is you usually have to be at least 6 feet tall. And you also usually have to be at least college educated. You need like at least a bachelor's degree. And they often look at your yearly income. If you make like, you know, if you make under a certain amount, they also don't want you to donate sperm. So if you are able to donate sperm at a sperm bank, you probably are at least close to Chad level. in all likelihood, you're taller, around 6 feet tall. You're more likely to be college educated, and you're more likely to make a good income, like around 100,000 a year. So, like, it makes it especially stupid to say this.
To break this down, to a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. True, you can technically have children with sperm donation as well.
Time for a cat break. Skip to 4 o'clock on the first link and watch till the end. More reasons to adopt a cat smile.
Alright, let me take a look. Oh my god. Ew. That is just awful. Ew, gross. I don't want to watch this whole thing. Cat's just whacking at it. Ew. Well, at least the cat dealt with that spider. That is fucking gross, though. Oh my god. Cat pellets. That's a lot of cats. Holy shit, that's a lot of cats. Oh my god. Whoa. Dude, that is so many cats. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Dude, imagine having that many cats. That'd be insane. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That is quite a lot of cats.
Well, but there is no human element there, bro. When people say passing on your genes, they don't mean making a donation to a bank and never knowing anything about having a family. He misses the point painfully. What kind of psychiatrist is this, you might ask? I mean, this is kind of tragic because this...
Oh my god, speak... Oh, no. Don't go behind my... What the fuck? Don't... No. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Why do you have to go behind my fucking computer screens? You know I don't want you doing that. Hmm? Oh, hey, Prim Prim. Wanna play with your kitty? Prim Prim. Hmm? Wanna play with your kitty? Oh. There you go, Prim Prim. I think she wants to play.
guy is a clinical psychiatrist. Attended Harvard. Like, how did you even get in, bro? Did you write black instead of Indian or something? Like, what did you do? But it just proves my point. The institutional gaslighting.
So I don't need to tell us, do you fear dementia? I don't. For one thing, I get enough sleep. Two, I'm male, and men have a lower risk of dementia. And three, it doesn't really run in my family either. So, I don't have any risk factors for it. How do you want to die if you could choose? Well, I'd want to see it coming. So I wouldn't want to die in my sleep. I'd want to die in some way that I can see it coming. So like suffocating to death, that wouldn't be too bad. So like choking on a piece of food or having an asthma attack, that would be pretty okay. I rather go out quick from something like a massive heart attack. Yeah, heart attack might be okay. You're probably gonna pass out like before you die though. So I don't know if you can, like, I guess you can see a heart attack coming, because usually you feel it coming on. Video shows alleged abuse of Alzheimer's resident at assisted living facility.
I'm trying to track my food. Stop. Huh? I'm trying to track my food.
Okay, that, what the fuck, dude? Okay, that is crazy. Yeah, what the fuck?
Mind, they're run by people. And, you know...
Can Alzheimer's be cured? Probably not.
Mind, they're run by people. And, you know, the goal of those journals, ultimately, is to publish papers that are true, but that get people to read them. The more subscriptions, the more they sell, right? So I have a good friend who's is a senior editor at a journal. There's really only 3 top-tier journals, Nature, Cell, and Science. He said and I asked him once, I said, what determines whether or not one paper is accepted or not? And he said, well, we get to determine, obviously the reviewers have to give it thumbs up at some point, but we get to determine the direction that the journal wants to go. So during the pandemic, there was enormous incentive for publishing papers in these journals that provided some either hope or fear or whatever it was exciting at the time, because people were buying up these journals like crazy. I mean, they have to pay their staff too. So it's a business like anything else. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, there is, aside from the federal research budget, which is frankly, we have a much greater budget than in other countries for research relative to the total amount available, but it's still very low compared to what we need. But money is what drives research. I mean, it's not going to, the more money you have, the more margin for error you can have in terms of the people in your lab. Like if you only have $1 million a year operating budget, like it's a business, you can have 2 or 3 really good people. And if someone's not so good, that's bad. If you have a giant budget, you can have 20 people and 10 of them can suck. That's rare to see that. Usually it's a mixture of competent to talented, the occasional bad apple. And those bad apples are very, very dangerous. And the bad apples I'm talking about are not the kind of people that necessarily go around creating data out of nowhere. These are the people who slice off and make experiments that didn't work kind of disappear. Oh, there was something wrong with that mouse. That is a serious problem in science, far more than fabrication of data.
And how often does that occur?
Oh, it's incalculable, but I would say that kind of, I've been in laboratories big and small across my career. I've been around them a lot. Everyone in every field knows the papers that are like, yeah, nobody believes that.
And these papers are influenced by money?
Generally? So not directly. So the PIs, the lab, this is the way it works. The lab heads, to get to a position where you're running a laboratory at a major university, or any university, frankly, you have to love what you're doing. I mean, you don't make a lot of money as a university professor. Mm-hmm. There are incentives through things like companies, and a lot of professors now have companies, and we can talk about that, and that's complicated sometimes or not complicated. But the point is that heads of labs want to make fundamental discoveries. They want to be true. The 3 biggest fears for a real scientist are to get something wrong, and to get it wrong for the wrong reasons. The wrong reasons would be someone comes to your laboratory and sees an opportunity to please the PI. This is, I think, one of the major sources of error in science. Publishing papers as a postdoc is what gets you a job. So I've known over the years postdocs, and there's a lot of discussion about this is inside ball of science, where someone gets there and realizes that the head of this lab has a pet hypothesis that's really exciting to them. Why is it exciting? Because it's exciting. They like the idea, but also it would allow them to renew their funding. Yes, definitely, money's involved. And then that person goes and does experiments and shows the PI the experiments that work and doesn't show them the experiments that don't work. And then tells themselves, those experiments didn't work because, the centrifuge was off or the mouse was sick or something, gives themselves reasons why it was okay to remove data. That occurs, I think, I'm going to guess here. I don't know, but based on my observation, that's probably about 10 to 15% of the top tier published papers, I think, don't last, meaning in the years following, they don't replicate and they go nowhere. And I don't think it's because people made up data, quote unquote. I think it's because they threw out bad data or data that, they threw out data that didn't fit their hypothesis and labeled it no good. That is very common. Now, people who, quote unquote, fudge data, make up data, I would say that's 2%.
But that's the Alzheimer's study.
Okay, so the Alzheimer's stuff was legitimately a data fraud issue.
Which is really crazy.
Which is really crazy.
It lasted for so long before people discovered it.
So then you say, why could that happen? Because
Can you explain to people what happened?
Yeah, so basically, the theory of Alzheimer's that's still very prominent is that it's the accumulation of these things called plaques and tangles, which you can see under the microscope, and they've always been considered a signature that you can see with your eyes of neurodegeneration that's associated with Alzheimer's dementia. And it's been the way that people have measured whether or not a treatment has worked or not worked is whether or not it could decrease these plaques and tangles in mouse tissue and sometimes in human tissue. Now, we have to be clear that plaques and tangles do accumulate in the brains of people with Alzheimer's and mice that have mutations that make them kind of like good models for Alzheimer's. But early on in the research on Alzheimer's, so dating back well over a decade now, there was basically a data fraud, fudging of data, we call it, where someone essentially said that there was a label for a particular plaque or tangle protein that represented something that it didn't. And then what this has cascaded into over many, many years is an entire set of theories about which drugs ought to be beneficial for the treatment of Alzheimer's. And I would say now trillions of dollars put into research along those particular lines of inquiry. So what we're basically saying is one mistake can cascade into a series of thousands or tens of thousands of mistakes that can take a field really far astray. And that's what's happened now. They realized that there was a problem with the early data. Now, the thing that's kind of baffling is how the field continued down this path for so long without actually considering alternative hypotheses with any seriousness. Why somebody didn't say, hey, let's go back and test the initial premise of all of this. And part of that has to do with biotech is neither good nor bad nor evil nor anything. It's just
Hey VG, this isn't much but I appreciate your message gratuitously. Your stance has converted me to veganism and I've never felt more honest toward myself and animals. I've much respect for you and your streams. Keep it going, brother, smile.
Well, thank you, Autarkia, or Autarkia. Appreciate the support, man. Glad I could help. Thanks for the donation.
But it's a business. And there's a pretty quick runway from a big landmark discovery to a couple of verifications to people founding companies to big dollars coming in through investments.
Yes.
And then, I mean, how many times have we been told blockbuster finding in mice and then people with Alzheimer's say, well, when is there going to be treatment? 10 years. How long? About 10 years. This 10 years thing has been kicked down the road about for 50 years. I mean, I've been in the research game 30 years, close to it, and so many things have just been kicked down the road. Now, there are kind of maverick folks within science who test very alternative hypotheses, and they are really the heroes of science, in my opinion, because they're saying that's all fine and good, or maybe it's all false. I don't know. I'm going to go a different direction and explore. But in the sociology of science and science funding, it is very, very hard to impossible to get funding from the federal government to do truly high-risk pioneering science. You might say, like, how could that be?
Please sing this as Sv3rige.
Okay, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Netsure. Hey! Oh my god. Okay, we're going to sing a song now called the Vegetable Song.
Easy Kitty! Veggie garden
Wedgie Garden, here we come, do the Wedgie Garden, sing the song, oh dee do da day. Tomatoes are so red and sweet, do da. On the vine they grow so neat, oh dee do da day. Potatoes grow beneath the ground, do da. So dig them up before they're found, oh dee do da day. We love veggies, yes we do. Veggie garden, here we come, ooh dee do da day. Cucumbers are crunchy and cool, do da. They're perfect when they're by the pool, ooh do da day. Celery is perfect snack, do da. It's best with peanut butter, that's a fact, ooh do da day. We love veggies too, yes we do. Veggie garden, here we come, ooh do da day. The orange carrot is a root, do da. The baby ones look super cute, ooh do da day. These are found with the pod, do da. So pop them out, it won't be odd, ooh do da day. We love veggies too, we love them, yes we do. Veggie gardens, here we come, ooh do da day. Broccoli looks like a tree, do da. To grow real tall, it is the key, ooh do da day. Corn grows on the stalk so high, do da. When dried and heated, it pops to the sky, ooh do da day. We love veggies too, we love them, yes we do. Veggie gardens, here we come, ooh do da day. Veggie gardens, here we come, do da. Veggie gardens, sing this song, ooh do da day. We love veggies too, we love them, yes we do. Veggie gardens, here we come, ooh do da day. Of course, you can't get all the nutrients you need from vegetables. There are over 15 nutrients that vegans are missing if they only eat plants. Alright, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation again, Netsure.
This cat is well behaved.
What cat? Emo? I don't know
King
about
Cobra
that.
JFF.
Duster.
Well, yeah, cats are good like that.
Considering the increase in space she got, I'm actually surprised.
Huh?
Considering the increase in space she got, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
You mean she wasn't like a quarter of a bedroom?
Still.
Some shiny title from a shiny university, but the dude doesn't even know what he's talking about. Imagine being that 21-year-old suicidal dude going to this doctor, and he's telling you you are the real winner here for being a virgin, being a loner, and you can be a sperm donor if it bothers you that much. Clinical professional psychiatrist, by the way. And also HG, what does your own example tell you? If it was indeed about the end result only, you could just buy the interaction for 100, 200. It is about the human element. It is about a loneliness that a lot of these young men are suffering from, and you are gaslighting them, as if the action itself is the main problem they are complaining about. How can you help when you fail to understand what the problem is?
There must be some scientific evidence for it. And I went and I tried to find, like, okay, what does the science say about people who are not lustful or don't have sex? Like, what would change in the brain, right? So when I get curious about this stuff, I look at the science. And what I found was I couldn't find an answer. The weird thing with sex is that every part of the brain, literally every part of the brain, is involved in sex. I was trying to figure out, okay, like, if someone is celibate for a little while or they're non-lustful, which parts of the brain get freed up?
Guys, did you hear that? I looked if there's a scientific benefit to celibacy. I couldn't find anything. Then I came up with my own theory. If a dude can't get laid, he's still the superior one because all parts of the brain involved in the action. And by not indulging in that action, you are freeing up your brain. He said that with the straightest face. Yo, this is the ultimate need philosophy, bro. I'ma tell this to my boss. Hey boss, I considered joining the call, but too many parts of the brain involved in that action in the process, I am freeing up my...
Some big news from the world of AI today. First of all, we have an AI model that is able to upscale and restore images really, really well. Better than whatever this was. It can take decade-old video games and give them a brand new look, high resolution, without losing the original qualities of it. It also does some pretty hilarious stuff. Like, for example, every once in a while, people in the crowd will be stripped completely naked. They would just lose their clothes. And also it has this tendency to hide these like severed heads in random places around the image. We'll leave that one till the very end because some of it is a little bit salacious. How about that? Next, if you've ever learned any of the TikTok dances, you've wasted your time. That's not related to any of this. You've just wasted your time. But also, this AI can make you do any dance that you want. You give it a reference image, a photo of yourself or anyone else, and a reference dance, and it'll make that photo dance or run or move or whatever. Here's the Mona Lisa running, for example. This is a Spanish model. Her name is Aitana. She's 25. She makes $11,000 every month advertising in her Instagram account, amongst a few other accounts. But Aitana is not real. She's 100% AI generated. 2024 will be wild.
Holy shit.
And on the flip side of that, where AI takes real things and tries to replicate them in a digital space, we have someone in AI that wanted to stay in the digital space but gets dragged against his will into the real world. Here's a post by Forbes that is related to AI and Beef Bezos. No, not Jeff Bezos, Beef Bezos. So this post had 1.1 million views and it was not very well received. People are saying, y'all are disgusting, reported. Yeah, basically everybody in those comments are yelling at Forbes saying, shame, shame, just like that Game of Thrones scene. Why? Well, they doxed somebody. So this person had a pseudonym, a fake online name. He went by Beef Bezos, and he was sort of the unofficial leader of the EAC movement, the Effective Acceleration Movement. Basically people that wanted for AI to be developed quickly, to be more open sourced, people that were kind of saying accelerate AI development because that will be better for the world. So Forbes doxed him. They published his personal details that he didn't want shared. And it sounds like they've used some sort of CIA voice matching technology to find him. We'll see if that's true.
That is bizarre. Fuck meme ticks, don't need to tell others fuck meme ticks. Swedish society in general are decadent, degenerate, spoiled countries that is being taken over by Islamic rule.
Can you get me laid?
Yeah.
When?
Today.
With?
Your mom.
I don't want that. Wait, who's my mom?
Me.
Chat.
Hi, what's your...
Is that the guy she's dating? That is weird. That is weird.
I might be a little weird, but we all are sometimes.
That is weird. I mean, I didn't think it was possible, chat. Actual downgrade demotion. That's it. That's it.
My favorite part about XQC's reaction is how in the beginning he looks like everything's perfect, not a problem.
I think a lot of people overhype Melina's looks. And I'm not even talking about like my weird big nose fetish. Like she does not have a big enough nose for me. But I don't know, she's just not knockout babe hot like a lot of people say. Like every other fucking girl, if you go to downtown Toronto, like in my opinion, looks better than her.
Problem in the world. But by the end of watching my video, we just sucked the life out of him. We drained XQC, guys. Drain gang responsible for ruining XQC.
I wouldn't say like she's pretty, but she's not like knockout babe kind of hot like a lot of people talk her up. Let me see.
What's the first word that comes to your mind? What's the first word that comes to your mind? Bitches. What's the first word that comes to your mind? Cut. What's the first word that comes to your mind? Champagne. What's the first word that comes to your mind?
Fuck mina obsmanes.
What's the first word? What's the first word that comes to your mind? Slay. What's the first word that comes to your mind?
Excitement.
What's the first word that comes to your mind?
Excitement.
What's the first word that comes to your mind?
Excitement.
What's the first word that comes to your mind?
I'm surprised nobody said the N-word yet.
penis.
Nice. What's the
This guy's content is garbage. The only thing that makes sense to me for why Melina left Destiny for this dude, basically, is like Melina basically figured Destiny out, and he's not easy to kind of control and manipulate. He kind of does his own thing, sort of no matter what. And then it just, I don't know, Melina just needs the ability to be able to manipulate somebody. And this guy who's like super emotional, threatens to kill himself, doesn't like the idea of her going out with like other people he doesn't know and shit. Like, he's just easy to fuck with, and I think Melina just needs a dude who's easy to fuck with like that. Whereas Destiny, Melina will say, oh, I'm gonna go out and do this and that, and Destiny's like, yeah, sure, I'm working, so have fun. And then, like, she doesn't get anything out of it, you know? It's the only, like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It is a weird downgrade, and so...
True or not, but some strange things are surrounding this event. Also, we have GTA 6, the trailer coming out, the much awaited new installment in the Grand Theft Auto series. Sounds like it's not going to be here till 2025, so that's unfortunate. And here's my prediction. I think this will be the last AAA game made without AI that will not rely on AI to do some of the heavy lifting or to add some mechanics to the game world. So for people that are not familiar with this, so EAC, so this E/ACC is for effective acceleration. It's people that, or excuse me, I guess it's effective accelerationism. I always drop the last part. And so at its core, EAC argues that technology companies should innovate faster with less opposition from decels or decelerationist, folks like AI safety advocates and regulators who want to slow the growth of technology. It's similar to what Facebook used to say, move fast and break things. And so it sounds like the person behind this account, behind Bafe Jezos, that's his real name, so he goes by Gil. And so for Magnific, so this is a paid tool where you can pay to scale up old images or blurry images. You can either increase how high resolution they are, or you can add certain details, and it's pretty good, but as I've said before, it has some weirdness here and there. So for example, here's an image from a game from 1993, I believe. This was like on the package of the game, Doom. As I slide this across, as you can see here, so it's creating a lot more detail. So notice his helmet and his eyes are much more detailed. There's numbers on the helmet. His hands are a lot more detailed. A tattoo appears here, torn cloth. These little monsters over here, their faces are more detailed, sharper. You can see the teeth a lot better, the tongue, etc. The person in the background is a lot more detailed. You can see a lot more on that model. And of course, the face of this demon here is sharper, more detailed. Now, if we crank up the creativity and lower the resemblance, like really kind of like take it to not the maximum, but really take it up there, here's kind of where that goes. So I'm not sure if I love it, but it's definitely interesting.
That
so
is
it made
weird.
all of them into these wire demons. The guy itself has a face on his arm, for example, and his right arm.
I think she's by my feet, yeah. Yeah, she is. Hey, BMO. What's going on?
She's not behind the wall.
His left arm, I guess that is, gets turned into like a camera almost. It's bizarre. The guy in the background turns into a skeleton-like thing. And then here a face appears, which, by the way, as you'll notice, this thing will randomly add faces in the weirdest places, like on this guy's arm. So if we take it down a notch, here's what that's going to look like. So as you can see here, it's much closer to the original, but definitely a lot more detail, more wires, more glowy things. And notice the sky. Oh, well, notice the marine, first of all, in the foreground, definitely a lot better. Still, you got some like yelling faces over here, which is a little bit weird. But definitely great detail, a lot more happening there. The guy's looking at you now. And notice the sky in the background is beautiful. It has stars. It looks like the Milky Way. And so everything's much, much sharper and crisper and better. All right, next. So I'm not sure if you've seen this image before. So this is a fresco. This was called the Ecce Homo, Behold the Man. And, you know, over the years, it received some damage, right? It just quite wasn't like its original self. So you had various people attempt to replicate it. And this was one of the attempts that just completely butchered it. It was absolutely horrible. I think this was voted the worst art restoration of all time. It was voted as being that. So I was wondering, can this AI do a better job of restoring this? So let's take a look. So this is the original. I said not too much creativity, but just kind of like make it better. And so I gotta say, so that's pretty good, but still kind of all the cloth imprints and stuff like that is still there. So maybe it's a little bit better, but let's see what happens if we really crank it up. So here's again with creativity settings really ramped up and saying it doesn't have to look like the original. It goes to something like this, which is interesting, right? Because it kind of mimics where the image is looking.
That's pretty
kind of
funny.
like the layout. But to me, it's almost more feminine. It's hard to tell. I mean, it's hard to tell, but I mean, like the beard is gone, and now there's flowers and stuff like that in the hair. And this is much more like decorative, and you got the gold and stuff like that. So definitely, I mean, Ecce Homo.
Jimmy Horde and Tillers. I usually think Jimmy Dore is a crank, but I think he got this one right. Let me see. Fuck Tucker bonus.
Guess what? So Wikipedia is garbage, right? For some things it's okay, but if you want to go to Wikipedia to find out...
Okay, we'll react to that.
Just finished episode 4 new season of Demon Slayer. It hasn't gotten any better in case anyone was wondering.
Demon Slayer sucks, dude. I don't know how the fuck anybody watches Demon Slayer. It's just an absolute piece of shit. And what annoys the fuck out of me is there's this like new wave of women who claim to have gotten into anime. They only watch fucking Demon Slayer. It pisses me off so much. Yeah, they just watch trash. Thanks for the donation though, Gohan.
Out about a person and they're controversial, it's not good. Like, if you just want to go find out about a regular actor or something, it's probably accurate. But if you want to find out about a reporter who's actually or a politician or an activist or anybody, it's all going to be filled with CIA talking points. Because the CIA and the intelligence community, not only the CIA, but the FBI and the MI6, and they all have their fingers in Wikipedia. So CIA, this is from Reuters. CIA FBI computers used for Wikipedia edits. That's from August 16th, 2007. This is from RT. CIA moderating Wikipedia. Former editor says Wikipedia is one of the many tools used by the U.S. liberal establishment and its allies in the intelligence community to wage information warfare. The site's co-founder, Larry Sanger, has told journalist Glenn Greenwald. Speaking on Greenwald's System Update podcast, Sanger lamented how the site he helped found in 2001 has become an instrument of control in the hands of the left liberal establishment, among which he counts the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. We do have evidence that as early as 2008, the CIA and FBI computers were used to edit Wikipedia. Do you think that they stopped doing that back then? Activity by the CIA and FBI on Wikipedia was first made public by a programming student named Virgil Griffith in 2007. Griffith developed a program called Wikiscanner that could trace the location of computers used to edit Wikipedia articles, and found that the CIA, FBI, and a host of large corporations and government agencies were scrubbing the online encyclopedia of incriminating information. CIA computers were used to remove casualty counts from the Iraq War, while an FBI machine was used to remove aerial and satellite images of the U.S. prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. CIA computers were used to edit hundreds of articles, including entries on the Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, China's nuclear program, and the Argentine Navy. Some edits were more petty, with former CIA chief William Colby apparently editing his own entry to expand his list of accomplishments. The intelligence agencies pay off their most influential people to push their agendas, which they've already mostly in line with. Those people are already in line with. Or they just develop their own talent within the intelligence community, learn the Wikipedia game, and then push what they want to say with their own people. A great part of intelligence and information.
Well, that's not surprising. fucking Hideo Kojima, like, basically predicted the same exact thing happening in Metal Gear Solid 2, where, like, obviously in Metal Gear Solid 2, there was an AI doing it, but, I mean, it's just obvious. You're going to have large corporations and the government and government agencies modifying what sort of content you can see online to basically change the political landscape. But yeah, fucking Metal Gear Solid predicted this sort of behavior. So yeah, like, no shit, I'm not surprised.
Welcome back to a special edition of Tucker Carlson Tonight. If you're a regular viewer of this show, you know we've covered the horse meat question pretty thoroughly. Not exactly sure why. Nobody else is, I guess. We've had proponents and opponents of horse meat eating on this show. One of our viewers, though, was outraged by the whole thing, not just because you've got your...
Oh, I think I've already seen this. This is 5 years old, dude. Yeah, I've seen this. It's the interview with the vegan guy.
Is Jesus going to the cross? So this is supposed to be the crown of thorns, the bleeding. That's kind of what this is depicting. So when you just tell it, get creative and change it, it does this, not knowing kind of what it's supposed to be. In this one, so I explained it to, in the prompt, I said what it's supposed to be. And this is what happened. So it does this, which to me is a lot closer, obviously, to the original. You see the crown of thorns, you see the blood. And here I can't really tell what is on the neck here. So it kind of translates that as, I'm not even too sure what that is, right? But it's close to what the original one was. And so this red tunic is also close to the original. The hair, yeah, I mean, and this little scroll of paper, right? It kind of captures that, just makes it much more high detailed. And instead of these, whatever that artifact from the scroll or whatever, it looks a lot better. One minor detail that unfortunately kind of ruins it for me is this. It kind of sees another face kind of on the tunic. And so you'll see this a lot. This is kind of a reoccurring theme with this video. It kind of thinks there are faces somewhere and just kind of like turns it into a real face. So who knows? But overall, I feel like it's definitely interesting. Whatever else you can say, it's interesting that it's able to kind of reimagine certain things. Here's a super pixelated image from a video game. And so it does this, which it's better, but still super pixelated. Here's an attempt, but telling it to get a little bit more creative and not worry about being as close. So it's got the hands here, etc. Here's Lara Croft from a 90s video game. And so, boom, it changes into that. But here we use kind of arts and illustration. And here, so here we're saying 3D rendering creativity 6. So that's pretty high up there. 4 on the HDR. So that's kind of midway resemblance and try to keep it the same. And so this is what it does.
Wow.
So I got to say, that's pretty incredible because number one, notice the background is very similar. So the background doesn't change too much, but the weird blocky shapes that are visible in this image, the weird blocky shapes are kind of made to be more lifelike. And just overall really captures what this is supposed to be while retaining the background, although a lot more greenery here and kind of like some grassy areas, they're not visible here. Here's a picture from Baldur's Gate, one of...
Dude, you know what I should do? I should fucking use this. What's the thing called? And put in some of the artwork I've made. Magic Animate? Is that what it is? No, that's a different program. Magnific AI. Upscaler and enhancer. Okay. Upscale an image. So this is just only an upscaler? This has to be a different program though.
This is a paid tool where you can pay to scale up old images or blurry images. You can either increase how high resolution they are, or you can add certain details, and it's pretty good, but as I've said before, it has some weirdness here and there. So for example, here's an image from a game from 19...
Okay, so I'm assuming... it makes you pay like a monthly fee or some shit. $39 per month. Goddamn, do they have a fucking thing? Oh, that's annoying. Maybe I'll do that later. What? Yeah, I bet.
Grassy areas, they're not visible here. Here's a picture from Baldur's Gate, one of the companions. Here's how it reimagines her. So much more lifelike, much more realistic, but maybe not really the same person, but definitely much more realistic. And the hair is similar, but it's missing the little ties or whatever. So here's a picture of myself this is La Jolla, San Diego. So let me see what it would do here. And that is horrible to me, but let's keep going. So I don't know. This whole thing is so bizarre to me. Like, it changed my face in so many different ways. I hate it. But the background is super clear, super high definition. It looks like it added some buildings here. There's no buildings, that's just cliffs. Kind of got confused about this balcony here, but here's where it gets a little bit weird. So down here is you have my arm on the right-hand side, and you have kind of this just bush. Take a look at what it does. And you see this kind of bushy area? Boom, sticks a severed head in the bushy area.
Oh, yeah, that's
Why?
weird.
I don't know, but it's very disturbing. The reason I'm using so many screenshots from old games is just, it's really interesting to see what those would look like. So here's Alex from Half-Life something. And so that's how it gets changed, which so many things that are so well done about this, from the textures in the background to the clothes, to the pants, to what they're doing with their hand. I mean, terrific. The only problem is I don't think like the face changes so much. Like, it's not, you would never have guessed that that's the same person. So I tried a different,
Woke School donated $2. Look at this dumb bitch news anchor, Woke School. Let me take a look.
Just going to respond to an email that I just got saying congratulations on your pregnancy. If you're going to wear old bus driver pants, you have to expect emails like this. So thanks for that. No, I'm not pregnant. I actually lost my uterus to cancer last year. And this is what women of my age look like. So if it is offensive to you, that is unfortunate. Think about the emails that you send. Just going to respond to an email that...
Why would she respond to that? That is so fucking stupid.
I was concerned. We were out here yesterday and we were noting that the decorative kale that we planted in the 90s backyard is probably going to attract hipsters. But
Do you
I don't
smell
see them
out
yet.
here? What's going on?
During the morning news in Colorado, there was an incredibly awkward fight live on TV. While we don't know if this is an April Fool's joke or not, either way, it's very entertaining.
Oh, we've got full blooms out
Don't
here.
look at me like I'm crazy every time I ask you a question. Like
You said, do you smell? And I'm like,
because it smells like orange blossoms.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Where did you think I meant?
I smell your hairspray mainly. I didn't want to say that.
That's the
but
most important thing, I'm told.
you forced me into a corner.
Seeing that makes us so uncomfortable, but it gets worse.
Like you don't have any product?
Well, please don't ever touch me again.
It is so.
Talk about weather?
Mhm.
I don't know. If it strikes you, if you feel like talking about weather.
You could do the forecast today. What do you see?
Sunshine. Enjoy Colorado.
We don't
now, where
know.
do I pick up Kathy Saban's paycheck?
We're not sure what to think of this. News anchor Kyle Clark and weather anchor Kathy Sabine could be tricking us all, or they might just have had an epic live fight. We can't help but think of Anchorman.
I'm gonna punch you in the ovary. That's what I'm gonna do. A straight shot.
Oh.
Please don't ever touch me.
Yeah, that is pretty awkward. Thanks for the donation, Woke's Cold.
tried a different approach here with less creativity, and it's still, so I'm not sure what the deal with the faces, because it seems like it maybe doesn't have too many different faces that I can use. But I gotta say, if this was done better, everything else is just phenomenal, I would say. So I create a lot of mid-journey images, and that's a great sort of art generator, image generator. And so I was curious to see what happens if we throw those in here and try to upscale them a little bit. So here's one that I've used for one of the thumbnails. So this is how it kind of reimagines it. So definitely much more detailed and better in a lot of ways, while still kind of capturing all of the sort of art style of the original. So kind of cool. I like it. Next, we have this image generated with Midjourney. So it's kind of like a Renaissance Da Vinci style portrait, but of the Joker. So what it does here is it upscales it. And I gotta say, I love a lot about this. I love what it did here. Definitely a lot more precise, more sort of reflection right there in the eye. Love it. Next, we have the Mona Lisa. This with a little bit more creativity, so it definitely changes the face to be, I would say, very different. And we'll try it again with less creativity. But I mean, I like it, but it's definitely really changes the face. And notice what happens here with the arms. It's turned into weird faces again, but they're fitting sort of the rest of the style of this thing. But my God, that is bizarre. All right. And so this is the same picture with less, so 0 creativity and 7 resemblance. So we're asking me to be less creative and more like the original. So this is what it did here. And I gotta say, I mean, this is a lot closer to the original, just with more vivid colors, some reds here, much closer, I gotta say. And then the arms, whatever was happening, the other one disappears. This finger's a little bit weird, but much closer. So I gotta say, this is pretty cool. Here's another image from Midjourney. As you can see here, definitely brings out the eyes, the shadows, and everything else, and really impressive. Much better hair, etc. Here's a first-person shooter in a style of a Van Gogh, created in Midjourney. So as I'm scrolling, notice how much more vivid and clear and upscaled everything is. That person is now much more visible. The sun is much more, or whatever that is, popping. And then so this sort of first-person gun sticking out is much more detailed. So very cool, very impressive. I think this hut is better. So the creator of the software also talked a little bit about how to really create better images with it. So here we're taking a 90s game screenshot and we're running through once like that. So this is what we're getting out. And then we're taking that image. So I've downloaded it, re-uploaded it, and we're running it with creativity of 1, a resemblance of -1, just to, so we're basically taking that output and we're running it through again. And so this is what happens there. So that to me is a lot better. So it seems like running it through multiple times definitely creates some interesting additions. Here's the Tesla Cybertruck with more creativity and more detail. So as you can see here, it changed the wheels and the handles and just added a lot more clarity and everything else to it. So here's a picture of me. It doesn't, I don't know. So without too much creativity, I mean, yeah, it makes it a little bit better, but it also adds some weirdness to it. And then if you keep bumping the creativity up, eventually just changes you into a different person. This is really weird for me to look at. Because I mean, yes, it's close, but at the same time, not at all. Now here's Sam Altman. It does something weird to Sam Altman's face. I don't know why. So it adds like a lot of freckles. And it takes all these little lights in the background and just changes them into
turns them into lemons
or citrus fruit of some sort. I love what it does here with the eyes, because it definitely like brings them out and makes them more well lit. But no matter how I changed it, I couldn't get away from it adding a bunch of freckles. I don't know why. It just, for some reason, thought Sam Altman equals freckles. In the previous house I used to live in, there was this crow that used to mess with me. I don't know why. I took a picture of it. It would follow me around. It would be outside, but it would like find where I am in the house and sit outside of that window. It was bizarre. So I upscaled this and turned it into that, which is even creepier. But
that's
I'm
really
not sure
cool.
if that's a crow or a raven anymore. It's more bluish. This looks more like a what? Like a parakeet. The eyes and the beak have changed to where it's less like a crow or a raven, whatever those things are, and more like this beak is for a different bird. I don't know. Here's a very cool one. So this is testing of an atomic bomb way back in the days. So you can't really see too much detail here. And as we do this, boom, it's really upscaled. So as you can see here, we can really see the plumes, the mushroom cloud, much more detailed. All of these little ships and things floating on the water are upscaled. All these little palm trees and huts are upscaled. Very cool. Here's another interesting one that I think shows what this thing can do. So this is Abe Lincoln in 1819 something. I don't know. But so it's super blurry, but as we go over it, you see the face changes and it does not look like him anymore. But if we add in the prompt that this is Abe Lincoln and we give him some context, I feel like that's much better, right? I feel like that's a lot closer to what it's supposed to be. And then if we take this image and we run it through one more time, and I think I ran through it a third time. And so this is
that looks good.
The final output, and that's looking pretty good. All right, so this is the screenshot from the GTA trailer. So let me roll that. So it changed a lot of things. I don't know if you can tell. So first of all, this lady down here gets stripped naked, and this lady down here also. So it does that. Then it turns this helicopter into a bird or a flock of birds. These two get changed a lot. The Chihuahua disappears. This bottom left area seems to be pretty good. It's kind of captures that, makes it more realistic. Like I don't see too much completely breaking down here. So I tried this with a lot of different settings, and the people in the bottom right just constantly, the same thing happens. I don't know why, but the rest seems pretty good. And this is another one, and this is another one, but yeah, not too much is changing. So here's another screenshot from GTA. It seems like it changes quite a few things. I mean, here, these people are completely changed. They're totally different. Another situation here where they're completely different, doing different things, dressed in different ways. So this car goes from like one of those supercars into an old school classic American car, I think, right? So people have done a lot of different things with it. So for example, this is Warcraft that's been run through it. So much more sharp and detailed before and after. Here's the before, here's the after, here's the before, here's the after. This is some video games reimagined. Shrek upscaled. It's interesting. Oh boy, it looks like there's a mouth on his nose. It tends to do that. Jacked Santa. Yeah, here's another one of a Renaissance painting. So they swipe through it, and yeah, it's same but different. Which anyways, I feel like it's a pretty useful piece of software. You just gotta, there's a bit of a learning curve. You gotta figure out how to get the outputs that you want, but there's a lot of power there. And I think a lot of people are gonna use it for business, for generating images. Like if you're doing food advertising, running it through there, I feel like would be excellent to make it look more appealing without having necessarily to capture that shot. Anything from Midjourney, if you want to tweak it a little bit or add some finer textures, that would be great for it. But it's also pretty hilarious in certain spots. I can't wait for the first person to not notice some detail that was missed, like somebody being naked in the background or a severed head stuck in a bush somewhere, and just, you know, post it on their brand page, because you know that's going to happen at some point. I hope it is going to happen at some point. But either way, what do you think about Forbes? Are they doing it because they feel it's in the interest of the public, or do you think there's something shady going on? Or do you think it's just a publication trying to get clicks and there's nothing too exciting one way or another? It's just nonsense drama. I'm curious to know. Thank you for watching this far. My name is Wes Roth.
That was interesting. I gotta sub to one of those AI art things and fuck around with it. Dude, these cars look so fucking dope.
My brain.
Klar for et barn, der ikke er normalt.
Da min kone og jeg vi skulle have vores første barn, så fik vi også at vide, at der var 75% chance for, at han var handicappet. Og vi kunne sagtens have lavet skræmme af statistik og fornuft, men vi prøvede at vælge at se positivt på det. Og når jeg ser ham løbe rundt ude i haven og spille fodbold, eller...
And start going to the gym, you know, work on your career, do all of these things, and then attraction will come.
He's focusing too much on the symptom and not the cause. He's saying, oh, the problem is you are hyper-focused on the issue. You should worry about work. Telling young men just to focus on other stuff, there's not a very viable course of action that is gonna solve the problem. Countless single and depressed men, they go to work, they go to college. I don't even need to mention gyms. Gyms actually have more depression patients than mental hospitals themselves. Imagine a guy who broke his wrist comes to you, right? And you say to him, you know what, man, you are focusing too much on the wrist. That eats up your brain power. That eats up too much of your resources and willpower. You should be focusing on work. It is just condescending and not useful at all. The problems these young men face, are as real as someone who has a broken wrist. Maybe psychological and not physical, but just as real.
So what we sort of know is that there's two kinds of like pleasure or positive experiences that humans can have. One is governed by dopamine. So dopamine gives us excitement, joy, pleasure, adrenaline, fun. And serotonin gives us contentment. We're kind of chilling, we're relaxing, I'm happy. I don't need to do anything fun because I'm just sitting by the water and I'm reading my book and I'm kind of just enjoying life, okay? As we jack up our serotonin levels, it leads to theoretically more peace and contentment, but makes it difficult to have sex. And now this is kind of really interesting, right? Because now we're sort of stumbling into something that's really kind of interesting, which is that if we are a lot of the healthy things in life, a lot of the optimal functioning that we want in life actually is inversely correlated with our sexuality.
His logic is this. Antidepressants show that the serotonin creates contentment and it is inversely correlated with libido. And therefore, having other stuff that also creates the feeling of contentment are also inversely correlated with libido. Therefore, being successful in life is inversely correlated with libido. What is this cope, bro? I mean, this is the holy mother of deductive cope. And again, needless to say, he's focusing too much on the physical aspect of it. It is more about being able to get it, having access to it.
Are you saying this guy is a scammer? You don't believe in psychiatry? Or he's not an actual doctor?
Dr. K is an actual doctor. He does have a psychiatry degree. The problem I have with Dr. K is he's a quack. I don't trust anything he says. He's a proven liar. One of the big lies he said is that he only studied for, I think, 2 hours a day when he was in medical school. That is literally impossible. You cannot study for 2 hours a day in medical school and actually have a passing grade. Unless he has some sort, like, it's not, even if he had one of those rare conditions where he perfectly memorizes everything, just the sheer volume of things that you have to go over would still require him to have to study for more than 2 hours a day, even if he had a perfect memory. Even if he didn't have to practice, like, give himself practice tests, read over things several times, just the sheer volume of things that you have to look over and memorize when in medical school, you'd still have to study for more than 2 hours. So he's a fucking liar. I don't trust anything he has to say, and he's just not a reliable source of information because, what's more important than anything is he's just dishonest. He lies. There's also, I also have a lot of reason to believe that he's just like a quack. A lot of his ideas are just stupid, and he just doesn't have a clue with a lot of topics. One of them being the, deepfake porn thing. I did a whole video response to him on the deepfake porn stuff. He just had stupid fucking ideas. He would say things that are just completely untrue that he could have easily Googled just to confirm. He was saying that you own your likeness, which you don't.
I know I ask the same thing over and over, but any other animal products that you don't get that people eat? People are lying to themselves about turkey. That shit always sucked. Why do people eat it?
Yeah, I never liked turkey. Turkey has just a weird taste to it. It's hard to explain. It's got like a gross sweetness to it. I never liked turkey. Yeah, so turkey, yogurt is fucking disgusting. I don't like cheese. Those are probably the main ones. But people eat a lot of weird shit, like liver, kidneys, just a lot of organ meats, basically, bone marrow. A lot of that shit is just fucking nasty. I don't understand that crap. Thanks for the donation, though, Kuzan Lee. But like I was saying with Dr. K, a good example of him not knowing what the fuck he's talking about and like just saying something so stupid when he could have easily Googled, whether or not it's true. He was claiming that you own a copyright license to your own likeness, which is not true. And again, this is something he could have easily researched, like a quick Google search. He could have known this, but instead he just spread misinformation. Yeah, and I've seen Mr. Girl's critiques of Dr. K. I've talked about it before too, the Ayurveda shit. I think he's had some questionable relationships with people. One of them committing suicide. So, yeah, I just wouldn't trust this guy, Dr. K. He is a real doctor and everything, but I would never, ever recommend him for anybody suffering from mental health issues.
Having that emotional side of it than the action itself.
It's not the outside stuff that we necessarily need to be free from. That if you can be free from the things in here, then you will have true freedom and bliss and all kinds of other stuff.
Fuck hospice, donate tellers. Hospice gives me bad vibes. Why can't we just peacefully euthanize people who are dying? Which scenario would you choose in this dichotomy presented?
Hey, we have a 98-year-old in cardiac arrest. She's a full code.
Come on, you can practice chest compressions. Okay. You have to push harder. But
I've already seen this. So I would do chest compression on the 90-year-old. I would assume this person probably wants to live. There are circumstances where I would be in favor of euthanasia, but yeah, I would assume somebody suffering from a heart attack would probably want to keep on living. So I would do chest compressions. My family had to make that decision with my grandfather. So my grandfather had a heart attack when I was at home with him. I had to do chest compression on him, and I broke his ribs. I did a whole course on CPR, I think a year before this happened, because I wanted to get a job at a gym, and they required a CPR course for that. Actually, maybe it was more than a year. Maybe it was like 2 or 3. But yeah, I did a CPR course a couple years before he had a heart attack, and I learned that in order to actually properly perform chest compressions, you probably have to break somebody's ribs. So I was pushing on his chest for, I'd say, about between 5-10 minutes. And every time I could hear his ribs crack. So I broke a lot of his ribs. And then the, people came, they were doing chest compressions on him. They put him on oxygen and shit, and they brought him to the hospital. He had several heart attacks. He had the initial heart attack that put him out, and then when he got to the hospital, I think he had another 1 or 2 heart attacks. Basically, he was brain damaged because of the lack of oxygen going to his brain, because he actually died. He was clinically dead several times. Like, his heart just clearly stopped. And even if he were to wake up from the coma, he'd be like severely brain damaged. So the hospital gave us the option of just euthanizing him, like pulling him off of life support. So we decided to pull him off life support because we knew he'd never want to live like that, like with brain damage. So, I know my grandfather would have wanted to live. So, I gave him that chance basically. And unfortunately for him, he had like really bad brain damage from the heart attack. So we just put him out. Thanks for the donation, though. Fuck hospice.
He's basically running a cheap knockoff version of Hindu monk philosophy. Of all that turn to inner self, stop thinking about your problems, and all that mambo jumbo.
Let's say I go through a breakup. This is a fact. And since there's a breakup, my body has all kinds of physiological attachments. There's less oxytocin. Maybe I get a drop in my serotonin level. All kinds of stuff is happening to me physically and emotionally. But whether I'm happy or not after the breakup depends on my thoughts. So if after the breakup I start to think to myself, oh my God, I'll be alone forever, my partner will be able to move on because they're...
She sits on my lap a lot. She's worried about these dogs.
Yeah, I just gave him all a bath. Still have to do mine though. How stinky are you?
Are you gonna give the stinky kitty a bath?
No. I think we traumatized her enough.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay, little guy. You're stinky. Hmm? It's okay to be stinky. It's okay to be stinky. It's okay. Okay. Yes. It's funny how little she is. You're so small. You're so small. So fuzzy. Very soft and fuzzy.
better looking and everyone is interested in them, but I'm such a POS and no one's ever going to want me. Those thoughts are going to keep us in a very unhappy place.
That is also a fact. Yes, you breaking up with your partner is a fact, but it is also a fact that she has a much higher SMV and will find another guy before you can even blink. A better looking dude as well, since hypergamy is also a fact. You can't ignore the facts on the ground, bro. Meanwhile, you will go straight back to that dating circus. Go through the dating ringer again as a sub-5 male. That is also a fact. Oh, how to think your way to happiness. Just ignore the reality and think positively. If you think differently in your head, the objective reality will also be different. What are you spewing, bro? I mean, if this guy is like this, imagine what his coaches are like.
Monogamy, or being in a relationship with one person, is actually very uncommon among mammals, with only around 3% displaying monogamous bonding.
Because monogamy is ridiculous, and people aren't any good at it.
You know, monogamy is basically for guys who don't have game.
I didn't really understand, like, why wouldn't you be able to, like, do other things with other people, but then just, like, have your main partner, basically?
What's the longest you've been in a monogamous situation?
Monogamous?
No.
Why are we monogamous when every aspect of our biology, history, and sexual desire tells us we shouldn't be? When there are countless statistics that point to monogamy being a source of depression, sexlessness, and financial ruin. Is monogamy simply an archaic artifact of a world where resources were scarce and child mortality was 1 in 3? Why not escape our oppression and work towards a more polyamorous society? What isn't obvious is that monogamy is the foundation of almost all liberal and stable nations. Polyamory, on the other hand, is commonplace in the world's most dangerous, corrupt, and fragile states. To understand this relationship, we're going to examine what is referred to as Africa's polyamory band and what I'm calling the incel armies of Africa. Polyamory is the act of being married to 2 or more people at the same time. This almost always takes form in polygyny, which is when a man is married to 2 or more women. This practice is extremely common in sub-Saharan African countries, stretching from Senegal through Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and ending in South Sudan. This strip is what makes up Africa's polyamory band. Now, there isn't a lot of data on South Sudan because it's so new and war-torn. I'm gonna give them their own segment because this is the country most affected. You're probably wondering why polygamy is so common in Africa. There's this Western tendency to think of Africa as a whole coherent area with one history.
Can you name any country on this map?
Africa.
Africa?
Africa.
It's actually the most genetically and linguistically diverse continent on the planet, with 3,000 ethnic groups and 2,100 different languages. Compare that to Europe, which only has 87 ethnic groups, or about 1/3 of only Nigeria, and this starts to come into perspective. There are 2 major culprits for Africa's polygamy. The first being that historically leading men would take multiple wives from different ethnic groups to symbolically unite the region that he led. This translates now to having multiple wives being a symbol of status and wealth. Pair this with the West African...
I really don't know if any of this is fucking true. I'm hesitant to believe anything.
I'm gonna watch Kung Fu Panda 4 with Jasmine. We'll laugh together. Have a good time together. Without you. Because that's what a real man does. You can keep reacting to videos in the corner like a Jeffrey.
Alright, well that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Scott Mendelson. Yeah, I'm hesitant to believe a lecture on African culture by a white guy who lives in the US, especially somebody his age who probably isn't a fucking historian or anything. So I don't know if this is actually fucking true. That sounds not likely. Because you see so much fucking tribal warfare all across Africa, the likelihood of them just having like multiple wives from different fucking tribes, that just doesn't sound very likely.
Slave trade, which wiped out the male population and the gender balance of the area. You have the disproportionately small group of men that remain taking multiple wives. If there's any African scholars watching, please comment below. Tell me all about Africa. I spent so much of this research in a Wikipedia rabbit hole because I've like, Africa's so f***ing interesting.
Yeah, Wikipedia, there we go, Wikipedia expert. That's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, 9014.
Interesting. Give a little like and sub while you're down there. I'm trying to start a little compound here. Now, not all of these countries are completely unstable. You know, we can look at like the Fund for Peace's Fragile State Index to see if there's any crossover between polygamous countries and unstable nations. Countries like Senegal and Ghana seem to be doing fine, but almost all the countries in this region fill out the list of the top 20 most fragile states. Now, this is all interesting, but does this prove there's a relationship between polygamy and instability? Before we get there, let's start with another issue that the West doesn't experience at all. Bride price is the practice of paying the bride's family for her hand in marriage, and is practiced in some form in many parts of the world. Now, in many places, bride price is symbolic, where the exchange of money is like under $100. But in some places, it's as steep as thousands of dollars or large amounts of livestock. Now, if you're in the West and you're thinking this practice sounds archaic and sexist, it's taken very seriously in parts of the world, especially in Africa, where the marriage isn't even legal without bride price. And it's hard to organize this by country because, like, we're really talking about ethnic groups, right? These borders are meaningless. These borders were drawn up in like World War I. So ignore these. Look at this. Look how crazy this map is. Now, like polygamy, I was trying to find why bride price is so common in Africa and like the history of bride price. It turns out that it's so old that ancient texts speak of it as like an already established practice. The Code of Hammurabi, which is the world's oldest code of law, created around 1750 BC, mentions that if a man seeks a new wife after already paying bride price for his current wife, he's not entitled to a refund. This implies that at the time in ancient Mesopotamia, during the writing of the first code of law, bride price was already an established custom. It's assumed that you'd be paying the bride's family because you're taking a source of labor away from them, but I actually have no clue. If I could go back in time, if I could figure it out, I'd do it for you, and I'd stay. I'd stay there, I'd have 10 kids and a big farm. Every day would be teeming with meaning. The sun glistening in my eyes. I'd be sunning my balls, feeding my family, fighting off predators, protecting my village. Instead, I'm stuck in front of the screen. So why is bride price important? Well, it creates a legally binding economic barrier to the act of marriage and family creation, which means that there will be a power imbalance with an elite few who can easily afford the economic barrier and a large underclass who are too poor to afford it. Now let's say, for the sake of the supply and demand argument, that every man wants a wife and there's 50 men and 50 women. But not every man can afford a wife, and polygamy is widely practiced, so not only can the privileged few afford a wife, but they can afford multiple, throwing off the gender balance. If the top 10% wealthiest and most powerful men all have 4 wives, then the bottom 30% don't have the opportunity to get married. Look, okay? Look. When you're talking about men and women, and you start saying shit like top 10% man and supply and demand, people turn their brains off because you sound like a red pill nerd, as they should. So let me put this another way. This system creates a scenario where almost 20% of the population will never have a chance to have a family simply because of greed and economic.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
To upstate New York, working together tonight after Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says her Christmas started off with a huge disruption. Greene posted on X to say that she
Oh, that's great. She's getting swatted.
was swatted again. That's what police call a false report of a crime designed to draw officers to a location. In this case, Greene says law enforcement descended on her home in Rome and Floyd County this morning. Rome police tell Atlanta News First multiple calls were received through a crisis hotline in both Rome, Georgia and Rome, New York. Police here responded, coordinated with Greene's security detail, and confirmed there was no emergency.
Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene, dude. Fucking hate her.
We begin with the desperation in the Middle East that's seen no break from the brutal fighting and loss of life that has defined the Israel-Hamas conflict. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting Israeli soldiers in Gaza mere hours after devastating strikes that Palestinian health officials say claimed hundreds of lives, including at least 70 people at a refugee camp. Now,
It's not a fucking refugee camp.
Some of those killed are only there in the first place after fleeing fighting from other parts of Gaza, desperate for safe refuge. For Israelis, it's all coming at a high cost. At least 17 Israeli soldiers have died since Friday, and still no progress on negotiations to bring home hostages or stop the fighting. Josh Letterman leads us off tonight from Tel Aviv.
Under pressure to wrap up the war, a defiant Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight saying not a chance, slipping into Gaza for a secret wartime visit. Telling Israeli troops there, we don't stop. This war continues to the end. The visit came just hours after one of the deadliest strikes in the war. The Hamas-run Palestinian Health Ministry says 250 people were killed over 20.
Oh, right. Just like that hospital incident. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Dr. K much. But I've always found it odd that people can't see through guys like Peterson and Huberman. I think I'm pretty average IQ, and probably below average critical thinking. But like, come on, some of the stuff they say.
Well, yeah. I mean, especially these days with Jordan Peterson, I mean, the guy's just an obvious fucking quack. The only people who really take him seriously anymore are just, you know, his crazy conservative fan base. Huberman, I can understand why a lot of less scientifically literate people would take him seriously, but again, if you know, like, anything, just a lot of his stuff is just hooey, you could say. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan. Yeah, the fucking Palestinian Health Authority that also lied about the fucking hospital bombing.
Is this a based take from Grandad? I think of this clip when I see and hear about marriage lol. Also, I thought of this clip earlier with Tucker and Kevin Spacey lol.
What's your position on gay marriage?
Well, first of all, I believe all marriage is wrong.
I mean, I don't think all marriage is wrong, but I think it's like just a load of bullshit. Marriage is kind of stupid.
$5, $8 and I'll do it. Fine. Help! I've escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement. Help me! Ha! I am so outrageous. Give me the cash. Cold in here? Nope, just really small.
That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
24 hours, including at least 70 in a strike on a central Gaza refugee camp, and potentially many more.
It's not a refugee camp.
This man, Ibrahim, says his wife and 4 children were among them, still buried under rubble. The world watches us as we die and are slaughtered, he says. Israel's military says it's reviewing the incident. Israeli families are also in mourning. 17 troops have been killed in battle since Friday, the IDF says, and thousands more families wondering whether loved ones will come home.
Hi. Hi, Josh.
Like Rafi and Shaili Lipa, whose 20-year-old son Itamar has been fighting in Gaza for 7 weeks.
I wake up many times at night, go to the phone, check if there are any news from Gaza. This is our reality.
Even the doorbell ring, we jump.
There's also more than 100 hostages believed still in Gaza, and patience with Netanyahu is wearing thin. The prime minister heckled during a speech in Israeli parliament tonight by hostage families, who held up a sign in Hebrew reading, "What if it was your daughter?" On this Christmas holiday, there was little joy in Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. The usual festive mood replaced by somber prayer at the Church of the Nativity. Pope Francis, in his Christmas Day message at the Vatican, lamented the appalling harvest of innocent lives and pleaded for it to end.
And Josh joins me now from Tel Aviv. And
you know, I don't understand when all these fucking religious people talk about how horrible it is for innocent people to be killed. Like, shouldn't they be happy? Like, aren't they going to heaven? How is it even a fucking tragedy? Like, if you're killing somebody who's a good person, supposedly, aren't you doing them a favor? It's just so stupid.
Josh, there is yet another worrisome sign tonight of how this war in the Middle East could escalate.
Yes, Sam. Iran's President Raisi is vowing retribution against Israel after Iranian media reported an Israeli airstrike killed a well-known Revolutionary Guard leader in Syria. Israel isn't commenting.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Oh, dude. If Iran gets involved, they're just fucked. I think that'll be like it for the Iranian regime.
Barriers. That's about the same amount of Americans who say they will never be able to afford a home. Alright, but this isn't that bad though, right? Swaths of angry and lonely young men with absolutely zero purpose or love forging their own path together? That isn't dangerous or anything. It's not like that's not the single most destabilizing force in the entirety of human history.
Nigeria. It's rare footage of the group Boko Haram. The insurgents filmed this themselves.
The deadliest jihadist terrorist group of the 2010s, deadlier than ISIS, is called Boko Haram. They're an African group responsible for the deaths of 50,000 people, the displacement of over 2 million, and the creation of a famine during the peak of their reign in territory that encompassed northern Nigeria, parts of Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. What separated Boko Haram from other terrorist groups was the mass abduction of adolescents.
Can you point me to what these so-called refugee camps really are? I'm very interested.
Yeah, so basically, they're calling these areas refugee camps because people from places like Jordan and Egypt would, like decades ago, were there as refugees. And then, since then, they just keep calling it a refugee camp. So it was a refugee camp decades ago, but it's not a refugee camp anymore. It's just that refugees used to be there, and then, like, generations later, they still call it a refugee camp. Thanks for the donation, though, the then now. Appreciate it. DNR donated $2. Have you thought about getting a do not resuscitate bracelet or advance directive?
I can see clearly when you're on myself.
I don't think I'd want a do not resuscitate bracelet. I mean, if I can be saved in an accident, that might be ideal.
About my general health ever again. If I break my arm, I'm gonna go see a doctor. If I need surgery, I'm gonna go see a doctor. My general health, never again. None of them know what they're talking about. They're all full of shit. All they know is to put you on pills and put you on medicine. That's all they know.
You're damn right.
What's his name? Baldy McBalderson. He's basically being conned by this fucking quack weirdo who runs this, like, health company into believing all of his stupid bullshit. And doctors can help with general health issues. It's just that, yeah, a lot of, they can't do a lot of lifestyle medicine with you, but there are people who just have high blood pressure genetically or have high cholesterol genetically. You might have a bunch of problems that either can't be fixed with lifestyle or would be better treated with a combination of lifestyle and medicine. So the idea that you wouldn't go to a doctor to deal with general health problems, like, it's just stupid.
Adolescent girls. The reason being that their main recruits were poor young men.
One-way open donate to Sean O'Malley, UFC fighter, has a one-way open relationship. Destiny should do this, to be honest.
You're balancing a lot because you gotta
I got a princess.
still with the baby mama too,
And I'm
yeah?
still with Danny. Dude,
Yeah.
Danny.
Talk about that for a second.
we've
Talk
been
about that relationship.
We've been together since I was 2021. The first conversation we ever had before we even like started kind of liking
Sean O'Malley is an absolute fucking moron, by the way.
She didn't like me right away. I liked her right away, but the first conversation we had was like, I don't see how someone can be with one girl the rest of their life. Like, I just can't, I don't see it. And I was telling.
Here she goes. She was waiting the whole time.
Why are you giving me the cat? You stinky kitty. You're a little stinky. Hmm? You're stinky. This cat stinks.
Oh, dude, I'm exhausted. That was a lot.
This cat stinks.
Yeah, I know. She smells.
Still stinks.
Yeah. Maybe in a week from now we can give her another bath.
So then what are they then? Just housing projects, because that's what they look like to me, and why is the media lying? What are they getting out of lying other than to propagandize American people?
A lot of the mainstream media is extremely anti-Jewish and anti-Zionist, so they'll make claims like that so that they can push anti-Jew and anti-Zionist rhetoric, like, oh, it's a refugee camp. It sounds worse, you know, bombing a refugee camp than to say a suburb or something was bombed, right? It's not a fucking refugee camp. It's just stupid. But thanks for the donation, the then now. Appreciate it. Happy Big Buns Day, VG. Donated $2. Have you seen this? Let me see. Yes, we saw the holiday special yesterday. Hey, Jasmine, did you see the Vegan Gains holiday special Gigliardo made? It's pretty great.
I wanted to watch it with you.
Yeah, we already saw the holiday special. Well, I'm telling the guy who donated this. Thanks for that donation, though. Happy Big Buns Day.
Explaining this to her before we kind of were dating. So, dude, she knew what she was getting into before she got into it.
BMO's name is spelled B-M-O, not B-E-M-O. It's B-M-O.
I've been so curious about
That's
that.
why I asked.
It's an open relationship.
We're in an open relationship, and I don't even want to call it that. I don't want to call it any label. Like, we choose. I choose to. I sleep with her every night in the same bed with Elena. Like, I choose to do that because I want to. You know, I don't like I don't like.
Donator donated $2. Let me see.
What you doing here? We found this place first.
Yeah. Easy. I'm just looking around for some things. That old revolver yours?
Finders keepers. Ah! Son of a bitch!
Oh, God damn it! Come on, Dan!
Where are you going? Come on!
Now the watch left.
Based. Thanks for the donation, donator. Appreciate it.
How relationships are nowadays. It's like I own you, you own them. I hate that. I just can't stand that. I don't want to be in that kind of relationship. I want to be free. I'm in Cleveland. Danny knows I'm in Cleveland. If a bad little mamacita want to hang out,
or my aunt,
I'm hanging out. If she wants to straddle me, straddle me. But it's you know, I love Danny. She's a fucking, we've been together pretty much my entire career. She knew me before I made money. She knew me before. I was like 3-0 as a pro, so you don't make money as a pro. You hardly fucking make money in the UFC. A ton of money, but she's known me before I made money, before I was whatever. And we had a really cool relationship.
She's awesome.
She does my hair. She's the fucking best, dude. Like, if I lost her, I would be screwed. Like, and it's not easy for her either. Like, because I'm on this podcast talking about it, and then people look at her like, oh, she's stupid. Like, what are you doing? Stuff like that's how she gets perceived sometimes. Like, oh, he's using you or whatever. But dude, if you asked her, like, does Sean treat you good? Do you guys have?
Former jailbird donators, would you rather get life in prison or a death sentence? Probably death sentence. Yeah, I've seen this before. This guy's a fucking idiot. Yeah, when foam is created, there's a lot of methane or something in the foam sheets, and then it lights super quick. What a fucking idiot, dude. Butane. How many years did the guy get? Yeah, that guy was stupid as shit. Okay, we'll watch that next.
Great sex. Do you guys cuddle at night?
Thanks for the donation,
does he make
former
coffee
jailbird.
every morning? Does he provide I'm a good partner in the relationship. If I hang out with the girl at a club, if I'm dancing with a girl, like I get comments and shit all the time, like, dude, what are you doing? You have a girl and a baby at home. I'm like, yeah, I know. They're back home. I know that. I'm not fucking stupid. I'm enjoying myself doing whatever. I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna go back home to my family, and it's just it's a weird relationship, especially now.
Yeah, Destiny, I think I asked him about this like a few days ago. I think he said he's not okay with relationships where there's like a big power balance difference, and he doesn't like the idea of having a one-way open relationship where he can do anything but the girl can't. I think that's fucking stupid, personally, because it seems like the women that he deals with like almost always have a problem with him seeing other people, but he doesn't have a problem with it. So, like, if all the problems are like coming from one side, I don't know why he wouldn't just only have him, his side of the relationship be open, and then she has to, stay monogamous. And, like, he's in a position where he can do that, It's just it's strange to me. I don't know why, if you were able to be in a position where you could date whoever you want, but your partner can't, why you wouldn't have it that way. That just seems to be ideal for you personally. It's a little strange to me. I don't know why Destiny prefers that, but
That's what you want to do, because it's quite a weird opinion.
no. I'm just saying, if you're in a position where you could either choose an open relationship or a relationship where only you can see other people, I don't know why you wouldn't preferentially choose the relationship where only you can see other people. Well, because, like, it just reduces the amount of fucking problems that can pop up. You know what I mean? No. Well, I guess it is, sort of. Faye, it's okay. Yeah, shut up. Prismo's, licking my wet feet. Hey, Prim Prim. You enjoying that moisture? Hmm? My big kitty?
Speaking of Destiny, I was watching one of his streams in which he was looking at primary sources for the January 6 hours insurrection. He said he's debating Alex Jones on January 6, 2024 to debate about the January 6th insurrection. Lol, what a perfect time.
Dude, that sounds like it'll be fucking hilarious. I wonder how that debate's really gonna go if Alex Jones is gonna start talking about him being a cuck or something. Because usually Alex Jones flips out. So we might be able to get some good memes from that. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
While most of the Western world rejects the death penalty, the issue remains controversial here in the United States, with the country split almost down the middle over what to do about it. Now, this controversy has led to every supplier of FDA-approved lethal injection drugs to refuse providing them.
Pharmaceutical company Pfizer has announced it is blocking the use of its drugs for lethal injections in the United States.
That, together with a lengthy appeals process,
Let's see, donated $2.
And it's going to cause more anger among Muslims around the
Anger.
world.
There's plenty of anger right now. How can you have more?
You don't think it'll exacerbate
David,
the problem?
David, I mean, I know you're a sophisticated guy. The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place. All of this has happened. We went into Iraq. We shouldn't have gone into Iraq. We shouldn't have gotten out the way we got out. The world is a total mess. The world is a mess, David.
He does have a bit of a point there. Thanks for that donation, donator.
can create endless days of execution. In Nevada, one condemned prisoner has had enough. So in a bizarre twist, the state turned to a drug so deadly that it took the lives of 19,000 Americans in 2016. The opioid, fentanyl.
Weird, so they're using fentanyl now.
We're driving up to the Ely State Prison in Nevada. This is where Scott Dozier is being held. And we had an interview scheduled with him inside the prison, but it was canceled because...
Well, all things considered.
Scott Dozier is 47 years old. He was convicted of 2 murders while manufacturing and dealing drugs in Arizona and Nevada.
Miller's torso was found in 2 pieces, placed in suitcases, dumped in a Valley apartment complex.
Dozier was sentenced to death in 2007 for the murder of 22-year-old Jeremiah Miller. And after nearly a decade on death row, Dozier waived his rights to appeal. He told the judge he was ready to die.
Can you help people understand why so badly you want to die?
It isn't that I want to die. It's that I'd rather be dead than do this. This should have been a straightforward legal action. We spent millions of dollars cramming the death penalty down my throat. We spent $1 million on the death chamber, and tens to hundreds of thousands avoiding using it and carrying out a lawful, though dubious sentence. And all to amount to extended and vastly unnecessary, cruel, and unusual circumstances and torture. You say you're gonna fucking kill someone, you should fucking kill him.
Do you still maintain your innocence?
Yeah, I do. But that's not what I'm trying to say here either. It's not like I was just Joe Innocent pegged for these things, you know what I'm saying? I was a criminal. I was a drug manufacturer. I was a drug distributor. I intentionally and willfully engaged in a life outside of the law. All that matters is this is a legally obtained conviction, and I would rather be dead than this any longer.
Nevada has more than 70 men on death row, but they haven't executed anybody for more than 12 years. So when Dozier volunteered in October 2016, it sent the state into a tailspin because they didn't actually have a way to execute him. That's because by 2016, every supplier of FDA-approved lethal injection drugs in the country had banned the sale of their products for use in executions.
Pharmaceutical suppliers that once provided the drug for lethal injection now refuse.
Nevada was forced to search for a new solution.
Nebraska and Nevada are considering using fentanyl to kill death row inmates.
How do you feel about fentanyl?
I think that's fucking awesome, quite frankly. It's killing people all over the place. I've never been a big opiate user, but I have a couple of times, and it's pretty, fairly sedate way to go.
Because this drug cocktail had never been tested, questions about whether the combination would be effective and humane ultimately led to a stay of execution. At the first hearing after this day, it was the state prosecutors who seemed to be arguing on Dozier's behalf.
All right. Judge, at the beginning of this, when Mr. Dozier first said I wanted to give up all my rights and submit to the sentence, you found him competent. He has been consistent with you from the very beginning. The bottom line here is, it's his choice. And he said to you, I want to go forward.
Wow. So small.
She's so tiny.
Mm.
No butt licking. No butt licking.
She's gonna jump on you.
No, you can.
Wow.
The cocktail as drafted.
It's his choice within certain parameters, because if it was really his choice, perhaps the first suicide that he attempted back in some corrections facility in Arizona would have been fruitful and they would have just let him pass. So it's his choice with certain parameters, right? Yes. And so, I appreciate that argument, but it's not as simple as that.
Historically, during a lethal injection, 3 drugs are used in a specific order. The anesthetic makes them unconscious, the paralytic renders them immobile, and the last drug stops their heart. While fentanyl is what made headlines, it's the use of the paralytic that the court questioned. Expert witnesses testified that the use of the paralytic, which they say only serves to mask any suffering, could lead to a cruel death, a breach of the 8th Amendment. So the court demanded the paralytic be removed. The state, however, won't proceed without.
What?
Can you adjust the catch reel later? It's like loose again.
Yeah, okay.
It. And at this point, Dozier doesn't care. He just wants to move forward. After 10 years.
Got pain on tendons below bicep on opposite side of elbow from doing barbell bicep curls. How can avoid this pain and get good bicep activation?
Okay, give me a second. I gotta help Jasmine.
So big and heavy. Chunkish. Whoa, he's heavy. Holy shit. So different picking him up compared to Emo. So fucking
You're gonna have to do it. It's not a problem. I really think we should hold on to it. That's way too far. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, got pain on tendons below bicep, on opposite side of elbow from doing barbell bicep curls. Below bicep. Oh, you're saying your brachialis? Your brachialis tendon would be like right here. Is that where you're saying you're having pain? How can I avoid the pain, get good bicep activation? You can adjust grip width. So having a closer or wider grip width and experimenting with that might alleviate the pain. You could just try either not doing barbell bicep curls and use an easy curl bar where your hands are bent a bit more. That might be a little easier on your brachialis. You could also maybe do direct work for your brachialis to make it stronger. That might ultimately be what the problem is. So do hammer curls. And strengthen your brachialis, and that might get rid of the kind of pain and discomfort for when you do barbell bicep curls. So those are all different options for you. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Veggie Cuck.
VG, are you proud of me yet? I gained 30 pounds and my bench went up from 185 for 5 to 240 for 5 within less than 2 mesos, muscle memory. Please tell me that I am the best goat.
You are the best goat, Oat Goat. Only a superior goat such as yourself could make such gains. Thanks for the donation, though, Oat Goat. Prismo and Bimo are playing?
Yeah, I was trying to chase her.
Oh my god. Excellent spam as always, 9014. Appreciate the donation, sir. I am going to get some popcorn and a drink. I'll be right back.
Too hot in here?
Yeah.
Are you still wearing a sweater?
Cold at the same time.
Oh. Getting a piddle up.
Stop.
The dogs like eating those.
Stop peeling the goddamn potatoes.
No, it's a good dog. It's a good dog snack food.
Potato peels are good for you.
Yeah, all the dogs can know.
What about the cat?
I don't think she'd want.
Cat. Alright.
She's already coming over.
Yeah, I know.
On death row, Dozier's case continued to stall pending a ruling from the state Supreme Court.
When you learned that the execution was stayed, was there any part of you that felt relief?
No. I can say unequivocally, no, not at all. What was your assessment of the situation?
I guess what seemed a little bit strange to me is that the state wants you executed, you want to be executed, and yet you all aren't able to move forward with it.
Yeah, it starts to call all sorts of things into question for me, like, does the state really want me executed? Or do they just want to be able to say they execute people but never really do it? I still prefer a bullet, but, I mean...
So firing squad?
Yes. Ideally, it'd be a single person walking me out somewhere and he looks me in the eye and he stops me and
How are you doing, little guy?
While that may sound crazy, a string of widely covered botched executions is making lethal injection less and less appealing.
Last Thursday, Dennis McGuire took nearly 25 minutes to die from a mixture of drugs never before used in executions.
Clayton Lockett was the first inmate injected with the state's new mix of lethal drugs. But minutes after being declared unconscious, Lockett tried to lift his head and began squirming. Prison officials halted the execution.
Inmates are now requesting to be killed by gunfire, a method that is more effective than lethal injection. In Utah, Representative Paul Ray successfully led the campaign to bring back the firing squad in 2015.
Well, we have a death penalty, and we didn't have any way to use the death penalty. You know, the drug makers decided that they were done selling drugs, so we needed to have a plan B. I prefer the firing squad because, quite honestly, what people don't see, the whitewashing on the lethal injection, is there is suffering. You know, basically you're paralyzed by the medication, then we stop your breathing. There's obviously a lot of agonizing.
How much do you think these decisions by states to only move forward with drugs has to do with public image, has to do with optics?
It has a lot to do with it. It's not a pretty sight to take somebody's life, whether you do it with lethal injection, firing squad, electric chair, gas chamber, whatever. It's very serious. And you know, the thing about the optics of the firing squad is it brings back the seriousness of what we're actually doing. Generally, we'll use 5 shooters, 4 of which will have a live round, 1 will have a blank, pin the target over the heart, and then the orders are given.
And what do you say to those who argue that the firing squad is just too brutal?
See what they did to their victims, and let's talk about being brutal. The fact is these guys are monsters. You know, they're not here because they sing too loud in the choir on Sunday. They're here because they brutalize people. The whole situation of taking a life is not pretty. If you have the death penalty, you've got to find a way to pull it off and understand that you can't window dress it, which is what they've tried to do with lethal injections, or you get rid of it.
At least 16 states allow for other execution methods, but not Nevada. They're entirely reliant on lethal injection. It took an additional 5 months before a warrant was finally signed and Dozier was given an execution date, July 11th.
So you're going to be dead in 2 days.
Yeah, I am.
Have you processed that?
I mean, as much as a person can, right? That's a heavy-duty thing, isn't it?
2 days before his scheduled execution, we visited Dozier on death row for what was meant to be his final interview.
So you were convicted of 2 murders. You've been on death row for 10 years.
Yep, that's right.
But why are you still alive?
Right? I mean, I can tell you the specifics of why it happens, but, you know, these people don't.
Cat in the Hat donated $2. I don't know if you can do this, but is there any way you can pick up Prismo and your new cat together, lol? Just wanted to see what they look like together. Also, did you adopt your new kitten at a shelter, or did you find her on the street? Thanks, cutie. We adopted her from a cat rescue, so I guess technically a shelter.
Well, it's a private rescue.
Yeah, it is a private rescue. It's run by a single person. It is a rescue. Can I pick up both of them at the same time? Prim Prim. Come here, Prim Prim. Come here, Prim Prim. Prim Prim. Prim Prim. My, get the fuck out of here. Prim Prim, come here. Come here, Prim Prim. Come here, you big son of a bitch. Can you get...
Stop getting in the way. You're not Bimo or Prismo.
So I'll show you them together. Prismo is so fucking huge, dude. Oh my god, he's gigantic. I didn't realize how big Prismo was until we got Bimo. You gotta get down lower. So...
She is.
Yeah, here's Prismo and here's Bimo. It's quite a big size difference.
Prismo's like, please help.
Yeah. So, pretty big size difference. But, thanks for the donation, Cat in the Hat. Appreciate it. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. I've never played Super Mario Sunshine, so I'm not familiar with the tune. I haven't really played any Mario games. But that is interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Don't want to die, and as long as the FPD's Office for each other people that represent us, as long as no one's being killed, they're cool with that. So they just use dilatory tactics, and that's the actualities of why no one's getting killed. I don't know. I mean, but as far as why the state's not pushing for it, that's not an answer I can begin to even conceive. I don't know. I don't get it at all.
Why do you think the country has turned to lethal injection as opposed to the other methods?
Well, you know, that whole idea it's more humane, they're just a bunch of pussies. You know, you're murdering somebody, man. It's gonna be brutal.
In fact, the new drug protocol, released 8 days before the execution, included a drug substitute that created even more controversy.
Midazolam is the drug that's been involved in all these box executions, these guys gasping for air suffering for more than an hour.
My understanding of that is that that's a side effect of midazolam. Midazolam causes clenching, some thrashing, coughing. So actually, I was going to bring that up with my mother and say, listen, just so you know, I've talked to people and that said that that happens with midazolam. So don't take that as indications that I'm having a bad time, you know what I mean?
So do you expect for that to happen?
I do.
And you're cool with that?
I don't care. I'm not going to get up off that fucking table.
How do you feel about the state using fentanyl to kill you?
I think it's awesome. Look, I mean, it's killing people all over the place. You guys get pharmaceutical-grade fentanyl and just bang me up, man. Use a shit ton.
Do you believe in the death penalty?
You know, I'm ambivalent about it because I think if there's a wrong that needs killing, you know what I mean, if that's the answer to it, people should be able to do it. But I'm also opposed to governments of any sort killing their citizens.
So you're thankful that it's legal here?
Yes, but it's pretty conflicting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Do you think you deserve the death penalty?
No, I don't, though, actually. However, I think that if Jeremiah Miller's family really thinks I killed him, they should have the opportunity to kill me. You know what I mean? And so I guess maybe I do believe to some extent in an eye for eye. I mean, I know how I would respond if somebody killed somebody I loved, and I was sure they did it. I mean, like, someone raped your sister, the only thing you do is bail that person out of jail. You know what I mean?
Kill them?
This guy's claiming he's not guilty for the murders he's accused of. He's fucking guilty, dude. He killed him.
I didn't say that. I said you bail him out of jail.
It's interesting, just because it's not the world we live in.
I get it. I lived outside that world, you know what I'm saying?
What do you hope for your son? What do you hope for your grandkids?
They are more successful in finding happiness and some degree of satisfaction and gratification in a life within the parameters, you know what I'm saying? My inability to do that clearly is a sizable portion for me being here. And I just hope they're able to do that, you know what I mean?
Hours before his scheduled execution, while Dozier was saying his final goodbyes to his family, a judge ruled to stay his execution. The company that manufactured the midazolam sued at the last minute, alleging that the state of Nevada had fraudulently purchased the drug. So after a decade on death row and nearly 2 years of trying to get executed, Dozier is now showing us just how hard it is to die on death row.
Fuck.